212. So we got a pretty interesting topic that we're going to talk about today. Obviously, completely inspired by the media day of Sean Strickland and Khamzat Un. And well, let me start it off like this, right? So obviously, right now, as you know, the MAGA movement, and also in particular the whole entire Republican movement, everybody on the conservative side of things are completely divided. Okay, and one of the main people, one of the main characters in the whole entire American political landscape that made that happen was Tucker Carlson. Not only Tucker Carlson, you can also add Candace Owens into that list. You can also add Jake Shields into that list, right? One of our fellow MMA alumni, obviously making a big splash in his post-MMA career, in his post-grappling career as somewhat of a political activist, right? And these people are widely responsible for the divide of the Republican movement. And believe it or not, what I'm talking about right now, this little intro monologue that I'm doing, sort of goes into this topic that we're talking about right now. Okay? Because I gotta tell you, there is a good reason why the Republican Party and the Republican movement, in particular the MAGA movement, is divided right now. And I say good. Okay, because there's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of shout outs to Victory, my man. Hello, how are you, my man? How's your night going? I know it's probably a little bit late in Ohio right now, but you know, nonetheless, we are here. So shout outs to you, my man. Good seeing you as always. And yeah, man, we have a very interesting topic that we're going to talk about with this. He says racism works because we're all a little racist to some degree. Yes, I did say this. I agree with this to a certain extent, but obviously we could always create a better version of ourselves, right? Now, I always go back to the Islamic teachings of things, right? Well, what does Islam say about racism? Well, first of all, let's go into some of the biggest misconceptions that people have about race, in particular to its relationship with Islam. Now, there's this stereotype that a lot of people have that say something to the extent of, okay, well, you know what, the Islamic religion is only for Arabic people, but how is that the case when people around the world are converting left and right? You've seen people convert to Islam, you know, from a Christian background here on my channel. Right, so these things happen, right, and it's not confined to a particular race, but rather a particular ideology, a way of life. It's just, hey, you know what? There's a difference in how people live their life and how they conduct themselves, how they worship God in that sense as well. But overall, this kind of goes into what we're talking about with race and religion, right? Because there's another misconception that a lot of people have, right? Like, for example, if you say something bad about Muslims, they will label it as racist. Well, in reality, what you are is you are either anti-religion, you are either you know, somewhat of an agnostic atheist of some sort, and you really don't stand on any religion, or maybe you are a fanatical Christian that doesn't like other religions, or maybe you're a fanatical Muslim that doesn't like other religions as well. That's also another thing. I'm going to read the rest of this comment because I read that halfway. He said, racism works because we're a little racist to some degree. Yes, I agree to that. And as I always say, racial stereotypes are hilarious. Yes. So that's another thing that's also important, right? One of the main reasons why Sean Strickland is popular is because, let's be honest about this, racial stereotypes are hilarious, okay? But it depends on who it is and who you ask. Now, Khamzat Un, there's something a little bit different about him in comparison to Khabib, and I've told you guys this, right? Western raised, okay? Grew up in Western Europe, grew up in the hoods of Sweden, Stockholm, Sweden to be exact, right? As I always say, right, the hoods in California are no different than the hoods in England. And by the way, speaking of England, and speaking of which, Zain Musa Boxing Dosage will be joining us for the Khamzat Chimaev Sean Strickland fight. So you know we're going to have some hilarious, good old-fashioned British banter on that one. So just wanted to kind of make that announcement right there. But yes, that's what it is. It is a hilarious thing to talk about. It is a hilarious thing to joke about. But once again, it depends on who you ask. Now, obviously, Khabib was not finding any of that funny. He didn't find any of it as banter when Conor McGregor offered him a drink during the press conference prior to UFC 229. He didn't find it very funny when he was speaking about his father or dishonoring his father, right? His integrity, saying that you are scared of Ramzan Kadyrov and therefore you're kissing his butt at a mosque, according to the words of Conor McGregor. Victory says, just because you have a certain perception of a particular race, it doesn't mean you have to hate them for it. Okay, so here's the thing about Sean Strickland, right? I don't think Sean Strickland is... Okay, here's what I'm going to say, right? I don't think Sean Strickland is a radical racist. Let me explain to you what a radical racist is, right? For example, there's this Netflix show that I watch, right? This hypothetical world where Germany had won World War II, right? And I'm not going to say exactly the party in Germany. You guys know what I'm talking about when I say Germany. But anyways, hypothetical world where they won the World War II and now they have taken over America, and it's a world where the Japanese have taken over the West Coast, right? So basically the Japanese have a hold of the West Coast, and then you have the Germans that are basically taking over every part of the United States, the East Coast, the South, and then there's this neutral territory somewhere in the Colorado Rocky Mountains, and that's where all the American rebels stay at, right? Basically the insurgent force that is fighting the Nazi regime that has taken over North America in this fictional Netflix world, right? Okay, so what did I notice about that particular world? Well, there was a power struggle. So it took place in the 1960s. And by this time, the German painter, or should I say the Austrian painter, was still alive in this fictional historical setting. And during his time of, or his last days on Earth, right, because according to this fictional story, the Austrian painter had lived his life and died in a natural cause. Well, before his death of a natural cause, there was a struggle between Nazi Germany, okay, and then also the other regime of the Third Reich that wanted no parts of the Japanese coalition, or wanted no parts of diplomacy with the Japanese, because guess what? Even though the Japanese were honorary Aryans, and even though the Japanese were allies of Nazi Germany, there was a portion of Nazi Germany that was not functioning with them boys, man. You know, they're like, they're not white enough, so we're not going to ride with them. So what I'm saying is that is an extremely radical side of, you could say, Nazism. That's the radical, not to say that, you know, it isn't radical in and of itself, but what I'm trying to say is that there's a tier, okay? That tier is, all right, you know what, he's this racist, but he's okay with working with other people. And then there are people that are like, well, you know what, we don't want to work with other people other than our own, right? That's not who Sean Strickland is. He's not radical in that sense. However, what I will say about Sean Strickland is that he was known to run with a Peckerwood Nazi gang in Orange County. This is a known fact, right? Everybody in the streets of Southern California that is in the know about that knows about that, about Sean Strickland. Okay, on top of that, anybody that understands or knows anything about the Peckerwood movement in Southern California knows that, you know what, there's nuances to their racism, right? They'll work with other races. For example, they'll work with Mexicans for the same similar reason that the Austrian painter had worked with the Japanese. Let me read some of these comments here before I go off the tangent. Yes, so you're right about that, Victory. Just because you have a certain perception of a particular race, it doesn't mean you have to hate them. And that kind of goes in line with Sean Strickland. Sean Strickland is not a racist to any degree, right? But he is proud of who he is. He is proud of his heritage. And also, another thing that I picked up on Media Day, right? Sean Strickland mentions something to the effect of, what did he mention here? He mentioned something to the effect of the Somalians, right? Which was very interesting, right? Very interesting that he brought that up. Oh, no, no, no. He also brought up something about, hey, I want all my Mexican brothers, all my Latino brothers, all my black brothers who think that Islam is this radical religion that doesn't belong in the United States to stand up and speak on it, right? So he was basically calling on black Americans, Hispanic Americans, basically other brown people that hate Muslims. So basically, he was trying to create a let's hate the Muslim coalition, right? And this is what I'm trying to explain to you of what depth or what tier his racism is. Victory here says, heck yeah. He'll probably be stressed out from how much he bets on Khamzat. Oh, okay, you're talking about Zane. Yeah, you know what? Um, Obviously, you know how I feel about that, right? But you know what, man? I'm almost thinking about betting myself, okay? Because that's how sure I am of Khamzat. Of course, I'm not going to do it out of principle alone, right? Out of principle, I'm just not going to do it because, I just know that it is not what, Allah had ordained for me, right? And so I'm going to follow those rules. I'm going to follow those rules to the T, and I'm going to live, by everything that I say. But nonetheless, it's not harsh. It's not a hard bet. It's not a hard bet. You listen to the experts. You listen to the people that are in the know of mixed martial arts, and that's really what it is. Luis says, "Isn't a racist." You elaborate for me on that, Luis. By the way, welcome, Luis. First time that I've seen you here in the chat. Let me know what part of the world you are from. What isn't racist? Please elaborate for me a little bit so that I can further understand what you are trying to convey, so that we can have a much more understandable conversation and also a much more informative conversation and whatnot. Daniel Berry says, Happy Wednesday. Hi, guys. Hello, Daniel. How are you, my man? I hope everything is going good with you. Good seeing you here once again. And we are in for a very interesting topic at hand that we are going to talk about. Obviously, I got done watching all of the media day all throughout the day. So just so I can kind of gather some sort of highlights and bits of information that's important to sort of point out there, right? But I tell you what, man, what I got out of Khamzat Chimaev, I didn't really gather much out of him. I mean, it was the same Khamzat as always, right? The same Khamzat that's coming in here to handle business, right? Very stoic about everything. Doesn't really take to offense to any of this, right? If you look at the difference between Khabib and Khamzat Chimaev, because this is, by the way, where this fight is being compared to between the Conor McGregor and the Khabib fight, right? What was Khabib like during the Thursday of that week? He was extremely agitated. If you remember, during that press conference week of UFC 229, Khabib was waiting for Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor was late once again. And another thing that I noticed about that press conference, Conor McGregor did not wear a suit that he normally would wear, right? Dripped out and everything, the way that he looked so pimped out, like a New York 1970s pimp, like slash Frank Lucas, Frank White look, right? Denzel Washington, American gangster look during the Eddie Alvarez fight, in contrasting to the Conor McGregor that showed up with a tank top and some sweats, and then on top of that, some slippers, like he was just coming out of practice. And then lo and behold, we find out later on, obviously, Conor McGregor had a foot injury, in which the famous term where he coins, my foot was a balloon, mate. One of them things in it. So yeah, we found out something with that. So he was late, but nonetheless, what we saw out of Khabib, he was agitated, he was annoyed, he was even more annoyed that Conor McGregor was late, and as a result, he wanted to get up out of there. He wanted to leave early. He did leave early, and then Conor McGregor came back. But notice what Khabib was like during that fight week, the media week, the open workout. He was agitated, he was vengeful, whereas with Khamzat, he sort of has this very Western approach to uh, verbal bullying, right? What do I mean by Western approach? Okay, the Western ideals is as it follows, right? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Okay, these are the common phrases that you hear if you grew up in the American school system. If you went to high school in America, or if you went to grade school in America, especially grade school, especially elementary school, and even all the way down to preschool, this is what they teach you in the American system, which is as follows: sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. At least if you grew up in the 90s. Okay, now obviously, in the modern times right now, where you got a softer generation of people that are told to express their feelings, express their pronouns, and yada yada, all this other stuff, right? But back in the 90s, in my day, that is how it was handled. That is what teachers taught you. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. But guess what? Khamzat Chimaev is following this same exact advice, because he knows that Sean Strickland is just talking. Even though Khabib also knew that, even though Khabib was warned plenty of times by Javier Mendez, by Ali Abdelaziz, and people in his camp that, hey, Conor McGregor is just trying to get under your skin. He still didn't care. He still didn't care. He was still agitated. He was still vengeful, which is why I say that this fight is not as dangerous as how people are making it out to be. You know what I think? I think there is a concerted effort in the UFC to perceive this fight as something more dangerous than what it really is. I need you guys to understand something, right? Paramount hates Sean Strickland. Sean Strickland is probably the one force in the whole entire UFC's package that has made Paramount regret having Sean Strickland on the roster, or even signing to the UFC to begin with. Okay? He's unhinged. He presents a lot of challenges to a mainstream company like Paramount. Never mind ESPN. At least with ESPN, it's a bro channel. It's an NFL channel. It's an NBA channel. These guys, maybe they're a little bit more sensitive. Maybe they're a little bit more less inclined to abrasive behavior, a little more inclined towards, let's say, the mainstream normie way of thinking, especially basketball NBA guys. But nonetheless, it's still a culture of men. The ESPN is still a culture of sport, a culture of banter, a culture of harsh criticisms from the likes of Stephen A. Smith, the likes of what's his name, Pat McAfee. Rhett Knows MMA says racism. You're asking what exactly are you asking in this in this question mark? You're gonna have to elaborate on that a little bit more, Rhett. By the way, shout out to you, Rhett Knows MMA. Let me know what part of the world you are from. Ryan says, mullah. Are you calling me a mullah? I am not. But I am honored by that. But no, I cannot take credit on being, a religious Islamic scholar in any kind of way. But thank you for, I guess, noticing my beard and knowing that I have a beard that represents me being a Muslim, But yeah. So here's another thing too, right? So I noticed some things that, in the comments that I think is sort of important to kind of, bring into this, right? Rhett says, I was asking what was the topic and who so you got this weekend. Okay, so no, but you just wrote racism, so I was just wondering if you were asking, in particular who is racist or who I think is. But okay, I'll answer your question. I think that Khamzat Chimaev is going to win by submission, right? Sean Strickland is going to be very hard to finish. He's a high-level striker, even though I know Khamzat can knock out a lot of people. I'm going to be very hesitant in wondering if he can actually knock out Sean Strickland, right? Because Sean Strickland is very skilled in the striking department, also very skilled in the defense, so it's going to be very difficult to put him away. But I think Khamzat is going to go with what he knows best. And like what I said, right? Wrestling is the status quo of MMA. If you got wrestling, you know how to bring the fight to wherever you wish, and sometimes even end a fight in the way that you want to, especially if you have very good, submissions. Mark Haney, man, shout out to you, my man, my northern man. Shout out to you, my man. Mark Haney says Khamzat is gonna whoop the ish out of Strickland, bro. I can't wait. I can't wait. Because look, you guys know, you guys are, by looking at me, you already know who I'm going for, right? You stumbled upon okay, if you're not Mark Haney, you're not Marty Miller or the regulars of this chat, if you just stumbled upon this chat and you know that this is an MMA chat and you know that there's UFC 328 going on this weekend, you're looking at this like, yeah, we know who this guy is going for right here. All right, but that's the obvious, right? That is the obvious, that you know who I'm going for. And I'm going to tell you why. Because let's be honest about this, right? As human beings, we're all tribal people, okay? And Mark Haney, understands a thing or two about that, right? Especially out here in Gangland, California. It's a very tribal, place out here. You represent your side, you represent your section, you represent where you're from, and it's no different in sports, right? What we express ourselves in our sports zeal and our sports enthusiasm is reflective upon our pride of our nations, our tribe, our fellow religious, cohorts, i.e. my fellow Muslim brothers, i.e. Khamzat Shemaev. And also, let's be honest about this, right? The reason why we want to see our guy win is because it is going to validate our worldview. And I told you guys in the last chat, right? Yes, that is what we want to see as a Muslim fight fan. Obviously, that's what I want to see. A fellow Muslim brother, do the damn thing and beat the living heck out of Sean Strickland. It does nothing but disrespect our religion. Of course, I want to see that. But here's the thing about it, right? By the end of the day, when the Saturday night is over, when everybody goes home on that Sunday morning, okay, and then everybody goes home to the diners, everybody goes home to their house, everybody goes home to the after party of the fight, guess what? It's going to be a victory for the Muslims, but guess what? Palestine is still under attack. Yemen still has food shortages. Our brothers in Sudan still have issues going on with both food shortages, and not only that, an ongoing war. So we still have a lot of problems going on, and we have a lot of leaders in our community that we don't get along with. So what does that tell you, right? Does Khamzat winning, a fight against an American infidel kafir really do anything for us? And the answer is no. But that is why I'm here, because I'm here to give you guys the reasonable outlook of the world in ways that nobody has showed you before. So that's the reality for the Muslims, right? And then JR says hi, hello. Mark Haney says, I can't wait. I can't wait. LOL. Man, I know, man. I know. And we're going to be here, obviously. So hopefully you're here tapped into the fight. And of course, I always welcome your presence here, my man. You know what I mean? I'm always honored to, have a legend like you, pull up on, on my live stream. Very honored by that. Especially you being, a real NorCal legend in our section, man. You know what I mean? So, I salute you on that. And, and then on top of that, I got your family colors that I'm rocking today on top of that. So that's real honor right there. You know what I mean? On the set right there, fool. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. So, okay, that's the main thing about it, right? It does not solve our problems as a Muslim community after Khamzat wins. But guess what? For that moment of time that we use sports as escapism, it is going to be a very satisfying time, especially because of the amount of pressure that Sean Strickland has put upon himself and the type of magnitude that he has put around this fight. Because the other thing about this is that Khamzat is not even fazed by it, right? That's another thing that's really important to understand about this. Khamzat is so unfazed by this whole entire thing, and almost to a shocking level. It is almost to a shocking level. Ali Khan says, Strickland after this fight will still be annoying. There you go. That's another thing too, right? That's another thing too. So, okay, after this fight, Sean Strickland is still going to have a fight career, right? Make no mistake about it. Because I told you, even within my prediction, I told you that there's going to be a submission in the later rounds, maybe even a decision, but he's not going to finish Sean Strickland that easily, which means that Sean Strickland will lose the fight, but will get out of this fight unscathed, only to fight another day. So he goes and fights his next fight, a black fighter, a Mexican fighter. It's going to be something else. That's how Sean Strickland is. He always has to turn up the notch when it comes to the racism. And look, here's another thing too, right? His fans won't stop. You think that, after Sean Strickland beats the living heck out of him, that you internet trolls that come out there and call me a mullah, call me a terrorist, call me Osama, call me all these types of names that you normally would call stereotypical, to a Muslim male. You think that, any of that is going to change after the fight? No, of course not. You'll probably even go way harder after the fact. But that's the point of the matter, is that it solves absolutely nothing. And with that in mind, here's another thing that I really, kind of get annoyed with, right? Like, a lot of people love to pretend that racism doesn't exist. Okay, and here's the thing. This is another thing about the right-wing movement that, that I'm sort of turned off by, right? I am turned off by the idea. Like, look, here's the thing, right? I ain't with the whole woke movement, none of that. I'm not with none of this, George Floyd stuff or this and that or whatever. You know what I mean? Do I have black homies? Yeah, I got black homies. You know what I mean? Both on the Crip and the blood side and, the civilian side or whatever, right? But the fact of the matter is, man, the whole Black Lives Matter movement is a movement that was started by a lesbian Afro-Canadian. And why would I want to get down with that? Why do I want to get down with a bunch of lesbos that started an organization and hide behind the name of Black Lives and then somehow like make you feel guilty for, not even joining their cause or their, way of thinking? So yeah, no, I'm not with the whole woke movement, but I'm also not an idiot. I'm also not an idiot as to pretend that racism doesn't exist. So now it's like okay to call Mexicans the B word. You know what B word I'm talking about, right? Inur. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna say it because you'll get flagged, but it's okay to call them that. It's okay to call people Jeets. It's okay to call people this, that, or the other. What is the limit? Like, what is the limit, and where does racism actually start? Because that's the thing, right? Like, yes, we don't like this whole woke movement thing, but we also have to ask a reasonable question: where does the racism actually start? And I don't think many people in the right wing would really love to talk about that. President Vladimir Putin, the fake Vladimir Putin, I'm assuming, but I'm going to pretend you're the real Vladimir Putin. So, shout outs to you, sir, Mr. Vladimir Putin. He says, who are you preaching to? Nobody's watching. Look at the view. Well, okay. I mean, let's say, okay, yeah, let's take a look at the view count right now. Okay. Maybe you could feel dumb right now because the view count that you see up there is not indicative of the reality and the actual views that you get. Look, I already got 87 views right now just out of this live stream alone, and it's barely even an hour. That's pretty okay for a small channel. What's here? Wait, here we go. Okay, oops. What do we have here? Okay, 88 now. 88. There you go, right? How ironic. It's the number 88. Temp user. Okay, I'm assuming that you probably just came up with a screen name ahead of time just so that you can hop on YouTube. Looks like a low-key generic name. He says a low-key amazing take. Yeah, thank you, because it's a take that comes from just astute observation. Not only that, reasonability to such things. And just understanding how the world really works, right? It's all it is. It's just really understanding how the world works. And that's sort of the thing that Sean Strickland tries to delve into. He tries to pretend that racism somehow doesn't exist. or the things that he says is not, racist. He says, you look like someone who would be on a no-fly list in the 2000s. Okay, so what? Let me ask you something. So what? Here's another thing that I think a lot of Muslims are now really starting to understand, right? Like the whole, jokes about terrorism thing or this and that, it doesn't work. Because here's the thing, right? Here's the reality of it. The reality of it is this, right? If I really am a terrorist, I would be on the watch list already, and that's not anything that you would have to worry about. That is a job of the FBI. That is a job of the DHS. That is a job of the CIA, depending on how high ranking of an ISIS member or Al Qaeda member you are, right? That is their job. That is not your job. By the end of the day, if I decided that, I was going to go and commit, horrible acts to innocent people, obviously they're going to go and come after me straight away, right? There's no getting away from that. So that's not anything that you have to worry about. But let me tell you what you do got to worry about individually, though. Whoever you are, obviously you're, talking in, in a screen name with a fake name, Vladimir Putin, and Vladimir Putin's profile pic. So I'm just going to, just address you like you're a normal person, right? Here's what it is, right? If you and me were to meet in person, okay, first of all, I would not be a threat to anybody other than you, okay? I would not be a threat to anybody other than you. I would be a threat to you because you right now are saying things that I don't like. Now, here's the thing, right? We also have to understand that we are willing to commit acts of violence towards people over things that we don't like them saying. That's just really what it is. I mean, look, people love to act like, oh, I'm so stoic. Nothing phases me. You know what I mean? I don't get triggered by anything, or this and that, right? We all get triggered by some things. But if you trigger me enough, I'm the one that's honest enough to say that, I'll come and hurt you. I'll come and punch you in your head. I'll come kick you in your legs, and your legs are probably not as conditioned as mine because I've been doing shin conditionings for a very long time. So if I was to kick you in your leg, you would be limping. You would be limping worse than Uriah Faber after the Jose Aldo fight. And by the way, I seen how Uriah Faber looked, during that time. Okay, that's what your legs would look like if I was to kick your legs, if I was to punch you in your face, punch you in your nose, okay, take you down, elbow you, make sure that you won't get up, and maybe do horrible things to you down on the concrete. That is what you would have to worry about. So this idea that you call me a terrorist or this and that, none of that phases me. I happen to not like what you have to say, and guess what? I would absolutely confront you on a personal level, one-on-one, if you were to ever say that to my face, and probably do some horrible things to you, because I'm not going to pretend and act like I'm not going to act upon, somebody saying anything. Everybody on the internet now loves to act like, oh, nothing phases me or this and that. Here's what I do know from a stoic level, though. What I do know from a stoic level is that you're using a fake name. That means that I'm never going to meet you. So anything that is being said here on the internet is just really all jokes until we meet in person. But let me tell you this. I've had personal beefs with people here on YouTube before, and some of them were Sacramento locals. You want to know what happened? One guy that I beefed with, okay, his wife ended up divorcing him because the beef got so scary that she was terrified. She ended up divorcing him and leaving the country because of our own beef. That's how real this thing is. That's how real this thing is. So, if you, look, by the end of the day, Vladimir Putin, you're not even a real person. So I'm not even going to address you. But if you were a real person, I'm letting you know right now, you would be in serious trouble and you would be screaming for help. You would be screaming for help. I guarantee you. But by the end of the day, I don't know who you are. So, we're all just here for entertainment by the end of the day, right? And disclaimer, I am an entertainer. I am just here to entertain you guys. I'm here to tell you stories, and there is no a lot of these stories are true. You know what I mean? So you better take caution to what I'm saying, because I will F you up and I will destroy you. Savachi Financial, shout outs to you, my man. one of my homies in real life. Of course, you know, I got a lot of homies in here in YouTube. You guys are my homies, but you know, I got a lot of real homies in real life too. And once in a while, a few of them pop up here. And Savachi Financial is one of them. We go way back. You know, obviously he's a private person. You know, he's not an internet guy. But I do know him in person, and that's you know, that's my guy, man. So shout out to you. I'll always appreciate you being out here. Let me read some of these comments right here. Free View Media says, what happened? Oh, nothing. Just addressing, you know, the chat, and then also talking about the media day with Sean Strickland and Khamzat. Leon says, sadly, some Muslims rape children and innocent women in the UK. USA, sadly, some Muslims rape children and innocent women. Okay, so here's the thing about this, Leon. You know, I don't think you're really, you know, trying to have a good faith conversation about that. The truth of the matter is, yes, there's a lot of graping that is going on in England, right? Now, is the graping going on done by a lot of, you know, Southeast Asian men or this and that? Maybe. But the one thing that I do know for certain, whether they're Southeast Asian or not, or whether they are white or not, and even if they are Southeast Asian with a Muslim background, they are not real Muslims to begin with, right? That's another thing that a lot of people have mistaken with this whole UK grape thing, right? They mistaken a bunch of rapists from a certain community and then associate it with a religion. Okay, so you know that there's he says jokes aside, look great for 46. You're doing something right. How do you know how old I am? I'm 41, by the way. 46. Okay, you definitely tapped into my page as well. So yes, thank you for you know, the compliment. I you know, I take that as a compliment. So, you know, shout out to you on that one. You know, and that's what I mean, man. He says, Kang, yeah. Yeah, man, that dude was willing to, you know, die on the hill of Jay-Z being his king. And you know, if that's the case, so be it. But, you know, the reality is, listen, man, you know, the internet is the internet. We're here to entertain, we're here to talk, we're here to express ourselves, we're here to create content. But I'm a real guy. I'm a real guy in the streets. I'm a real guy in real life. And, you know, if you want that smoke, you know, I'm not shy from it. And you can look in my eyes and know that I love this more than you will ever love it. Okay. I will love this war stuff more than you. He says, Vladimir Putin, what do you do? What do I do? Well, I'm not here to discuss that, because then, you know, yeah, man, it's not. Let me just say this, right? Keep a lot of the things that you do in real life private. Obviously, you know, I'm a public person, but at the same time, put it like this, right? You're on the internet. You say things that you don't like. You say things that other people don't like. They find out where you work and what you do. Guess what? You know, next thing you know, the HR hits you up. They tell you to come to the office, and they're like, hey, you know, we're going to let you go. And then they won't say why or whatever, but it kind of goes into that trajectory. So let's not get too personal. Plus, I don't even know you like that. But on any regard, you let me know what you do. What part of the world you are from. Let me know what part of the world you are from, Mr. Vladimir Putin. Are you from Russia? Are you a Russian American? Are you a Russian American that likes Vladimir Putin? Are you a non-Russian that likes what Russia is all about? Did you name yourself President Vladimir Putin in order to create some sort of satire or some sort of banter behind it? What is the origin behind that? I would like to know. I'm very curious. I'm more curious about you than you are of me, because, you know, obviously you're seeing me as a live person talking to you in the camera, in your face, but I don't know what you look like, and I don't know you from a can of paint. So, you know, I'd rather just turn the question around on you, and you give me, you know, all your information, because yeah, you know, I'm very intrigued by you, Mr. Vladimir Putin. You know what I mean? Putin's not a bad guy. You know what I mean? He's not a bad guy at all. And you know what? It is guys like him that we have great fights in the UFC, because he does something right. You know, taking care of these Chechens, Russians, and even Volkov. There's Volkov right there. Uh, Jorge Rodriguez, shout out to Jorge Rodriguez. He said he's gone quiet as a church mouse. Um, Gone quiet as a church mouse. Are you talking about are you talking about President Vladimir Putin? Savachi Financial says, why these internet dudes checking you out, huh? He says the Putin gay. He says the Putin gay. Yeah, man. Um, yeah, man. But on any regard, man. But that's the thing with Sean Strickland, right? Like, uh, he tries to pretend like, oh well, I'm not racist or this and that. Look, here's the truth about Sean Strickland, right? Sean Strickland is a gang dropout. Okay, look, do I hate the fact that he's a racist? Quite frankly, I don't care. I really don't care. I don't care who you hate. I don't care what you feel. But the fact of the matter is, he's a racist with nobody behind him. He's a gang dropout. This is why I know he will never do anything when Khamzat. All this stuff about, oh, I'm going to shoot you or this and that. Look, man, Sean Strickland ain't about that life. He ain't about that life. He's not. He's not about that life because he's got a chance to beat Khamzat Chimaev, okay, become the last hope of American fighting, American mixed martial arts in particular, okay? By the way, did you guys know that in the Zuffa contract, you have to pay for your own doctor's appointment. You got to pay for your own doctor's appointment for you to fight in the UFC. At least for the Americans, because there's no free healthcare here. John Dong, shout out to you, my man. John Dong, the guy who predicted Bo Nickel and Kyle Dawkins to be set at the White House. And you know what? I'm just going to keep saying that, even the part with the White House, because I know you didn't predict the White House part, but the fact that you predicted Kyle Dawkins and Bo Nickel as the next matchup, never mind that it's the White House, great that it's the White House. Actually, it's even more impressive that you predicted they were going to fight, but yet you didn't know it was at the White House. I'm just going to say that you predicted they were at the White House just for effect's sake, right? Okay, now, what did I do there? What did I do there? What I did right there was exactly what Sean Strickland did today at the press conference, right? There was a footage being played of Sean Strickland and Khamzat Chimaev sparring. In fact, I have yet to see it. I know that it's on Sean Strickland's social media site right now. I have yet to see it. But you take a look at the gaslighting, the mental gymnastics that Sean Strickland was playing. He was saying that, oh, dude, you know, we were just going, we weren't even going hard or this and that. Mental gymnastics. Oh, dude, Khamzat Chimaev goes in here and he tries to challenge, you know, the weaker guys that don't even belong here, or guys that are not even on his level. Sneeko. You know, a whole bunch of other different influencers as well, right? I think, I don't know, who else did he fight other than Sneeko? Anyways, it was a bunch of guys that's definitely not Khamzat. And then you say that, okay, well, I want to spar the hardest guy in the room. I've sparred with Francis Ngannou before. Yeah, because you know that he's going to take it easy on you, fool. You know that, okay, the Navy SEAL guy. Yes. You know what, man? Savachi, I don't know if you're here, but that Navy SEAL guy that Sean Strickland beat up, Idris fought that guy. You know, so a little inside joke, a little inside information between me and the homies right now. Savachi Financial, if you're here, yeah, that Navy SEAL guy that the chat is talking about right now, Idris fought him. By the way, I told you guys about Idris Wasi, a homie of mine who fights in BKFC, right? You know, he's also a mutual homie of ours. So, in fact, I think he's also managed him as well. I don't want to speak too much on that, but yeah, let's just say that he's he knows Idris on a very intimate level. But anyways, yeah, so that's the thing, right? Sean Strickland fights all these guys, and he says that he wants to fight the hardest guy, he wants a challenge, but then you're now saying that you and Khamzat Chimaev were just going light on each other. right? When has Sean Strickland ever went light in sparring? You want to know something about Sean Strickland? He doesn't do anything but spar, okay? So he has to go hard in sparring all the time because he doesn't do anything but spar. He doesn't do any strength and conditioning workouts. Show me a video of Sean Strickland doing strength and conditioning workouts. Now, I'm sure he's not the type of guy that, goes and posts his workout because he's such a stoic man. He doesn't show off his whole entire. He says, okay, goat lover, yeah. Like, do you think that's supposed to really hurt my feelings? Like, you probably have a mom who's a sperm donor, for crying out loud, right? You probably have a wife who's a walking drug test pee cup, okay? And you know that what they put in drug test pee cups, right? It's not just piss, among other things too, among other liquids. That's your wife, that's your mom, that's everything about you. So, yeah, I'd rather be a Muslim where, the women are not a bunch of sluts and the women know their role than live a lifestyle like yours that is nothing but degenerate, a lifestyle that, is unsure of whether you're going to be married by the time you're 30. You probably are going to hit your 40s without any kids. And that's just your life. And if that's not you, then God bless you. But I don't really care. I don't know you from a can of paint. You're nothing to me. Notice how the only guys that are in here that are talking smack are the ones that don't have a legitimate channel or a channel where you can be found as a public profile or a person that I could, tangibly look at or touch, right? Because here's the thing. Just like that guy in Sacramento that I beefed with that had a YouTube channel in here, okay? The minute that I find out you got a YouTube channel and you got motion and you got something going on and you want to come up in here and talk smack, I'm going to find you. I'm going to find where you live. I'm going to find out everything about you. I'm going to make your life a miserable living hell. That is what I am down for. That is what I am good at. And that is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn your life into a living personal hell. Okay, if you ever mess with me or you ever talk down to me or you ever try to disrespect me in any kind of way, I don't tolerate none of that. Okay, so MMA Doey says, are you Muslim? Yes, I am. Thank you for asking that. Jorge Rodriguez says, Sean only goes light when fighting good fighters like Poatan. Exactly. So, well, what is this idea? Look, here's the thing, right? I don't think it's always a good idea to be sparring with other elite guys, you as an elite guy yourself. I don't think there's anything good in that. Max Holloway doesn't do that, and there's a good reason why. You got to preserve your brain. Okay, this thing right here can only get hit so many times in your life. Why waste it in the gym? Okay, so this idea of, well, Khamzat Chimaev, according to the accusations of Sean Strickland, he was sparring guys that were 3-3. Great. You should go out there and do that. You want to know why? Because you want to know how it feels like to put on a Kimura on someone. Okay? If I was to spar Brock Lesnar, do you think at any given instance that I'm going to be able to slap on an arm triangle on Brock Lesnar? No. So am I going to go spar Brock Lesnar if I'm working on trying to upgrade my arm triangle application? No, because I'm not even going to be able to apply it on him. I'm not even going to be able to get side control on Brock Lesnar. So that's stupid. So you know what I would do? I would go and spar and roll and grapple with a guy that is a little less experienced. Enough experience, but, just a little bit downgraded to where I know that I could do things to him so that I can practice the application of the technique. See, this idea of like, oh, you got to go in there with, hard guys or this and that. Yes, you could do that for challenges. You could do that for preparation, but you got to do that in a limited fashion. So I suppose, you know what? Sean Strickland was granted Sneeko. He was granted the Navy SEAL guy. Okay. John Dong says, what are Khamzat's chances against prime John Jones? I would say very good. There's a reason why they're talking about Khamzat going up to light heavyweight. There's a reason why they're talking about him going to heavyweight. He could win all of that. A tempered user says, John, okay, so you're quoting Bible verses. Okay, cool, awesome. What do you want me to do with that? Please tell me what exactly would you like me to do with that Bible verse. By the end of the day, you have your religion, I have mine, but obviously, I don't mind. He says, as a Muslim, how do you explain that? How do I explain what exactly? Are you asking me how to explain the Bible? Well, the best way to explain the Bible is this, right? The Bible has been altered multiple times. Okay, the original language of the Bible no longer exists. So therefore, the tracking and the lineage and also the narrations or the string of narrations in the Bible has been corrupt, and there is no way to tell whether it is authenticated or not. With the Islamic faith and also the Quran, the Arabic language to which it is heavily preserved, and as a result of its preservation, right, through the Arabic language, there has been no mistakes, there has been no alterations towards it. So it is a book that is far more trusting than that of the Bible. Now, it is not to say that the Bible doesn't have any knowledge, because I'm sure that it does, but it has knowledge that you have to look at with critical eye skepticism. 1-2 says lie. Okay, well, that's your own opinion right there. You are welcome to that opinion. By the end of the day, you have your religion, I have mine. And that's the one thing you guys really have to understand about this fight. You got to understand that with this fight, by the end of the day, it's not going to solve any problems that we have when it comes to religious debates. Because even after Khamzat Chimaev destroys Sean Strickland, we're still going to have these political debates. We're still going to have Valentina Gomez burning Qurans. We're still going to have Tommy Robinson 1 week later leading a march in London. By the way, all Zionist funded, right? But try telling that to the dumb, white Garys of England that, don't see past, the superficial levels of Tommy Robinson. MMA Dewey says, I had a question. I would like to see you answer from a Muslim POV. Okay, let's have it. Let's have it. Let's have it, MMA Dewey. What do you got for me? What do you got for me, my man? Let me know. Let's go back to the okay, so Knife 32K says Muslims should be banned from MMA. Okay, I mean, that's unrealistic to say, but he's like, punching people in the face is haram, huh? You hypocrites don't deserve to be in the UFC. You know what, man? Knife, I will say, look, I know that you're not really speaking out of good faith, right? Like, you're just, trying to do these gotcha moments or this and that, but, unfortunately, you're right. You're unfortunately right. The reason why you're right is because, yes, it is haram. It is haram. And there is something to that, right? There's a reason why Khabib is... Look, I'm not telling you that any of this is good or this and that. What I will say, though, is that even though it's haram, it's still needed. Because everybody in the world needs to know what is the best application to one-on-one fighting, and this is the best way to gather data from that. It is the highest form of fighting. So although you're right, although it is haram, there's also the other side of it as well that, kind of delves into sports science. Temper says, how can you prove that the Bible has been corrupted? This is a very big take and needs evidence. It's a proven fact. Even Christian scholars who have studied the religion for all their lives in a university college level, have vouched for this. The language has been altered multiple times. On top of that, the translation to multiple languages has skewed and corrupted it. Even till this day, there's different interpretations and different wordings, right? Whereas with the Quran, it's like you could burn every Quran in the world. This is another thing, right? Like a lot of you, I don't know who you is, but you could fill in the blank. But a lot of you, okay, in particular, maybe you could say non-Muslims or just, you think like these symbolic gestures are supposed to do something, right? Like the dumbest thing that a non-Muslim can do is eat pork in front of a Muslim and say, "Hey, look at me, I'm eating pork." Like, what is that supposed to do? Like, what? Like, you guys think that these symbolic gestures mean something? You also think that burning the Quran, and this is the reason why I mentioned this, you guys think that burning the Quran actually means something. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't do it because, as a Muslim, it would be blasphemous and it would be sinful on my part. But here's the thing: you, as an infidel, as a non-Muslim, doing it, it really won't change or do anything because Muslims around the world have memorized the Quran that it is so insignificant whether you burn one or not. That's just really what it is. The Temper says, I do. No, I'm not saying that you burn the Quran. Temper user says, I do not burn the Quran. Now, I'm not saying that you do. When I say you, I'm talking about the proverbial you, right? So I'm talking about the people out there that are in question, right? The people of subject to this particular matter that I am conveying to you right now, right? I'm not saying that you particular are the ones that is burning the Quran, but yeah. Temper says, you can still read the original Hebrew and Greek, the Bible that it is written in. Sure, the Old Testament, but what about the New Testament? And even that is questionable as well. The Old Testament. One who says, what about the other original version of the Quran that were burned and now there is only one? Hundreds of different versions gone. I think you're mistaken the Hadith for the Quran. The Quran is perfect. The Quran has never been changed. The only thing that is disputed amongst Islamic texts is the Hadith, right? The narrations. Are the narrations weak? Are the narrations strong? What are the lines of scholars from one generation to another can vouch for this, right? That is the controversial text in Islam is the Hadith, not the Quran. See, that is the miracle in and of itself, is that the Quran has never been changed. So the versions that you're talking about, maybe you're mistaking the Hadith for the Quran, but Temper says, I need proof to believe that it has been changed. Why can't we believe the New Testament? My man, listen, I'm not here to do that for you, right? Because, obviously the main topic, subject matter at hand that I, wanted to talk about with this live stream is not necessarily within the confines of religious research, right? I urge you to look at that. And then by the end of the day, I'm also not here to convince you one way or the other, right? The fellow Muslims who watch this show know the truth. You have your own version of the truth, and that's just really what it is. He says, what about Trump, though? What about Trump? I know that they had the UFC White House fighters show up today, right? They had the face-off with Justin and Ilya Tapora. They also had the face-off with Pereira and Cyril Gahn. But what about Trump? Is that what you are referring to? Or are you just referring to Trump in general when it comes to, just um, any regular political topics that we talk about? Temper says, it's because you have no proof. There isn't been a single Muslim that has been able to explain. Yeah, dude, I think you are you're living in an echo chamber, my man. You know what I mean? And once again, look, I'm not here to argue this point with you because that's going to take hours and hours upon hours that will take away from the main subject topic matter that I am trying to get to. If you want to explain it, if you want to somehow prove or disprove this point, I urge you to go and make your own channel, make a video about it. I'll watch it, and then I could review it, or I could write comments on the comment section as you are. Um, what does my man here say? Get Painting says Trump is into WWE. Okay. Biazuro says, serious shit aside, who you got, Sean or Khamzat? I got Khamzat. I do have a prediction show for that. That I did. I did a live stream on that. I urge you to check it out. It is on this one right here, classified as a dangerous fight week. Right here. So I did that about 1 day ago. It's right here. You could check that out. He says, okay, bet. Sounds good. I'm subbing so I can send it to you later. Okay, thank you for that, Temper. And by the way, Temp, you know, I do appreciate your discourse with me, right? I appreciate it because, you know, like again, like I said, we don't have to necessarily agree on, you know, certain topics or anything like that. But, you know, it is good to have these political discussions, these religious discussions. And you know what? I mean, I'm not the biggest Charlie Kirk fan, but he did hit it on the nail, you know, when he said, you know, when we stop talking is when, you know, things become dangerous. So, you know, I mean, look, I'm a dangerous guy anyway. I'm down for danger all the time. I'm always down for the action. I'm always down to slide. But, you know, there's also another side to me. There's also an intellectual side that can let that side go, let that violent, you know, gangster side go and just, you know, have a political, intellectual discussion, you know, in a gentleman-like manner. So, he's a Kevin McGregor. Very interesting name. Is that a real name of yours? Obviously, I know that McGregor is, you know, is also, you know, a very common name outside of the combat sports world. But the biggest superstar in the UFC right now, I think that's your cousin, Kevin McGregor. Your cousin Conor, I believe, is the biggest star. Would you agree, or not? Let me know if you agreed with that notion or not. MMA Joey says, I know you want to get back to talking about MMA, but I still would like to see you answer my question. This question is what keeps me away from Islam. Okay, well, I mean, look, here's what I will say in regards to that, right? Allah guides whom he wills, and, you know, that's just what it really comes down to. 1-2 says, once the standard Quran was produced, Uthman ibn Affan issued copies to major Muslim provinces and ordered that the other conflicting personal manuscripts or fragmentary copies be destroyed. Yeah, I don't know about all that. You know, you're probably talking about the Hadith, right? Not the Quran. That's the biggest mistake that a lot of non-Muslims have is, you know, differentiating between the Quran and the Hadith. He says, thanks. I just want to find out the truth because whichever side is wrong is going to regret it. So knowing now is super important. God bless. Well, God bless you as well. And always remember, right? Allah guides whom he wills. You know, by the end of the day, that's what it, you know, really comes down to. So, MMA Dewey says, what do you think about the Prophet Muhammad marrying Aisha when she was 6, at 9? How can you stay Muslim after that? So the answer is that a couple of things, right? Number one, there is a chronological difference in the reality of when they met this person as opposed to when they actually married, right? For example, you've known people who are 40 years old that have dated people who are in their 20s, right? What if these people met when they were, you know, younger, or when this person was younger, when this person was underage, right? What if they met? I mean, obviously that would give you some sort of like Pat Barry vibes or whatever, right? But I assure you, at the age of when they were married, it was within the age that where a woman had fully matured, and that is somewhere in her teens to 20 to her early 20s. This had occurred. There was no what do you call it? Authentic hadith that, you know, points to any pedophilia or anything like that. So, you know, that's kind of where, you know, I stand on that. There's no I think it's just a misunderstanding of chronological order. One two says Uthman's standardization to address the difference in the resuscitation that he arose as the Islamic Uthman ordered a committee to compile an official standardized written edition. Okay, so all right, so I don't want to get into these topics right now, but because look, you guys have to understand, right? This is going to take a very long time, for us to, talk about. He says, send my child to Dagestan to wrestle. It depends. It depends what you're getting them ready for. MMA, Olympics, sure. But if you're just, trying to send them there, because look, here's the thing, right? If your child is not a serious competitor, I would not send them to Dagestan. They have to be a serious competitor. Because you have to understand, right? What they do with children there, okay, does not fall into the limits of, let's say, American labor laws, okay? They're going to have your child work, right? But they're, he says, with Daniel Cormier, he says the difference between these people, Muhammad is that okay, I will send a hadith of ages. Okay, to learn with Khabib and Islam Makhachev, with Daniel Cormier. Yeah, you just, as long as they're serious about it, right? Because they are serious people out there, and it is not for the faint of hearts. So. 28. See here. All right, here's a bit of some highlights from the media day today.
West Sacramento deserves.
Actually, you know what? Let's not play the UFC's version, because obviously that's just they're gonna edit a lot of that out.
ChatGPT, like, hey, what can I ask Sean? I've already asked him everything. Well, what was your reaction when he posted the sparring footage last night? Oh, God. It's funny. That's what led to me calling him out. Was it, how long was the clip? 23 seconds? 23 seconds. And what a little dirty bastard. You post a light sparring. Let me take the hat off before they cut me. I try not to represent Monster on any press conference where I say something.
A light sparring. Once again, this is Sean Strickland claiming that it was light sparring. Okay, but once again, I told you guys, when has Sean Strickland actually light sparred anyone? He says, locked in, but we unlocked. He says, locked in, but we unlocked. Yup.
Something racist, or based, as they would say.
Yeah, based. This is another thing that I find weird with a lot of you right-wing, redneck white boys. Like, every time somebody says something racist, oh, that's based. Oh, N-word. Oh my God, he's based. He used the N-word. He's so based, dude. Oh my God. He says, they locked in, but we unlocked. Okay, I like that. They locked in, but we unlocked. Meaning that we opened doors up in here.
Statistics, man. It's so weird how there's a racist these days. I don't know a lot of terrorists, but normally they yell Allah Akbar. But
yeah.
No,
yeah, look, here's another thing, right? To all the Muslims out there, this is something I gotta say to you, okay? Anytime they call you a terrorist, I don't think you should be offended. You know why? Because here's the thing, right? Yeah, terror. What does the word terror mean? To place fear in the heart of whoever. Yeah, you damn right you better be afraid of me. Okay, especially if you want to talk smack, especially if you want to come after me or the homies or anybody that's with me, or to somehow threaten my safety in any kind of way. All right, man. Yeah, I am that. Okay, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Oh, you're going to make jokes saying, oh, you're on the wanted list. Okay, so that means I got a gangster reputation and you're just a bitch-ass square, right? Savachi Financial says, do everything, do nothing. Zayed TV says, can't wait for this one. Can't wait for this dude to lose so bad. Which dude are you talking about, Zayad? Um, yeah, that's good. That's good for you, 1-2, buddy. That's good. He says, "Oh man, this dude's going DJ Vlad on him." DJ Vlad. What do you mean? Oh, he says Khamzat needs to ragdoll that racist flop. Um, Dad says terror is not the same as terrorist. He says, "Tell me now." Um, okay, you're right. You're right about that, Dad. Dad, whole lane 6'6". You're yes, 6'6". You're absolutely right about that. Terror is not the same as terrorists. But guess what? I'm gonna blow your mind with this one. The N word with the R is not the same as N word with an A. You understand? So that means that, the N word with the A is a term of endearment, and then the one with the R is nothing more than, a bad faith racist gesture, I guess, right? So if you want to call me, a terrorist, well, I'm just going to say that, I can bring terror upon you because, obviously, I'm a trained martial artist, I'm in very good shape. On top of that, I could do a few things. So, MMA Doe says, "Are you Hispanic?" No, I am not Hispanic. Although, shout out to the Hispanics and all of that, all my essays, all my Northerners, all my Norteños, all my Sureños, all my MS-13s, all of that. Shout outs to you guys, but I am not Hispanic. But I do appreciate when I walk into a Hispanic setting, blending in. The only thing, though, is that obviously what makes me look very un-Hispanic is that I have a beard with no mustache, when in reality it should be in reverse. I should be having a mustache. If I had a mustache, straight up, I would look like, a straight up Mexican, like, one of them old school Mexicans, that like, yeah, one of them lowrider types. He says he's a gang heel. He says, I can't stand Strickland, such a joke. He says, Dad says, you just proved my point. Zayad says, you look Indonesian. I am half Pacific Islander. He did become the champ. He did beat Adesanya. Yes. Yes, that is one thing you can never take away from Sean Strickland, obviously, right? Is that, he did beat the champ, and he, was a champion at one time. So, yeah, man, he's looking to be a champion again, but it's different when you have a different champion up there, right? The reason why belts were able to exchange hands so many times in this era in comparison to, let's say, the George St. Pierre era or the Cain Velasquez era or even the Anderson Silva era, which obviously is all within the same era. The reason why belts changed hands why belts didn't change hands during those times was because there were a group of guys like GSP, like Anderson Silva, even Jose Aldo at the time, right, who was able to defend their belts multiple times because they were able to have a skill that nobody else was able to figure out. Now, I don't know what it is. I think that everybody is figuring everybody out these days, right? For example, Bilal Muhammad was a champion. Next thing you know, JDM was able to figure him out. Then Islam Makhachev moves up, and he was able to figure him out, right? Volkanovski was a long-time featherweight champion. Somewhere within the lines of Jose Aldo, he was knocking at that record at 145, right? And then here comes Ilya Taporta to knock him out and figure him out, right? People get figured out all the time, right? Same thing in the light heavyweight division. They get figured out all the time. So you don't have consummate champions the way that you did in the prime John Jones era, the GSP Anderson Silva era. MMA Dewey says, where do you train out of in SAC? So I've trained with Team Alpha Male. Right now I am training at Collective Combat with my man Anthony Bivens, who's also a former Team Alpha Male fighter. He just opened up a gym recently. I've trained at Muay Thai Lao in Sacramento MMA Gold. What else? Other gyms were out here. I've trained with Cassia Warnack when they were out here. Team Carnage. a whole lot of gyms that we got out here in Sacramento. Sean Strickland is an evil Chuck Norris. It's just Strickland is an evil Chuck Norris. I like that, man. You know what? That's an interesting comparison. He says, "Do you train only striking or grappling as well?" Of course, a little bit of everything. I train a little bit of everything. He says, "I used to train at Team Alpha Male." Oh, okay. What years did you train at Team Alpha Male MMA Dowie? Let me know. And you're in Sacramento as well, I'm assuming, right? Or probably in a Northern Cal area. Let me know. He says, being a Muslim, is it possible to get Allah after not following Allah? Listen, my man, Allah is just it's like saying amigo and friend. What is the difference between saying amigo, friend, homie, and mate? What's the difference? None. You're just saying it in a different language, sometimes in a different slang expression, and sometimes in a different meaning from one region to another. That's all it really stands for. Raw Dog says, Bud, shout out to you, man. John Dong says, I forgot to tell you, I got my brown belt in BJJ a few weeks ago. Man, shout outs to John Dong, man. That is a beautiful thing to hear. Among the banter and among the wild things that we talk about in this channel, because this is a very wild channel for an MMA channel. We go into politics, we go into gang politics, we go into crime drama, we go into geopolitical drama, and among other dramas that are going on in the world of MMA. And then we talk about the TMZ side of MMA, the housewives of the UFC, daily soap opera part of MMA. But we also talk about real MMA here, where we talk about real training. I show you my training footage, and also commemorating and also congratulating all the chat members who actually train as well. People like John Dong, people like Mark Haney, whose son is one of the baddest wrestlers in high school wrestling right now in Northern California. People like Marty Miller, who train out of Victory MMA in Ohio. Right? We got real people out here that train and do real things, and that's a beautiful thing to hear, man. That's a very beautiful thing to hear. So everybody give a warm congratulations to John Dong in making his brown belt in BJJ, which is not easy to do. I would assume you're probably 7 to 8 years deep into it. Stick in there for a couple more years, and you will get your black belt in 1 or 2 years or so, man. So, shout outs to you, the man who predicted Kyle Dawkins and Bo Nickel at the White House before we even knew that was going to happen. Mr. John Dong, brown belt. Salute to you, my man. He said, thanks, man. MMA Dowie says, I'm in Arden. Oh, okay. 2019 to 2024. Okay, perfect. So, yes, I started training there in 2010. And then on and off, I was training there from like 2013, 14, and 15. And then I didn't train with them for a while. And then they moved to I Street. And then I came back there, trained a couple of times. And then, yeah, man. And, and then I just, basically, I just maintain training in my garage. I'd have some guys over. I'd go to other gyms. So that's what I've just been doing. He says the belt's been floating around. Which division are you talking about, Savachi? Are you talking about the 185 belt, or are you talking about just belts in general all throughout the UFC? And that is kind of something that I've noticed too. Is a lot of the belts floating around. MMA Dewey says, I feel like I've seen you in jiu-jitsu class before. A small world. You probably have, man. You probably have. I've trained the grappling classes there. Since the days of Kenneth Alexander, when Kenneth Alexander was the head grappling coach of Team Alpha Male. But yeah, shout outs to Kenneth Alexander, also fellow former Marine, I think he's also a biker, right? I think he's a Mongol. I'm not sure what set he claims, but yeah, he's a biker man also. So, shout outs to him. Yeah, and it is a small world, man. This Sacramento MMA community is is such a small world. I've had a few people, tap in here from other gyms before, guys from MMA Gold, like, oh yeah, I recognize him or this and that, or guys that I've trained with before in other smaller gyms around Sacramento. So yeah, man, good hearing from you. And, hopefully I do see you one day. He says Team Alpha Male is all about money, the now. It's all business for Uriah nowadays. A bummer. Um, Yes, yes, it is. It is. It always has been like that. Look, I'll tell you what, right? Let me tell you what I liked about TJ Dillashaw during the time of Team Alpha Male, because there was a point where, I sort of got disgruntled with, the whole Team Alpha Male concept that they had going on. I always felt like, it was kind of cultish. You know how other MMA and well, especially BJJ gyms, they get really um what do you call it, like tribal in some kind of way. You know what I mean? They get really really tribal in in these parts. Like they don't like you training with other people. I don't know, man. TJ Dillashaw really broke that whole mold, right? Of like, oh, Uriah is the king, or everything that he says goes, or this and that, right? He was very iconoclastic in that way, right? So, um, during that beef that they had going on, yeah, I was a staunch TJ Dillashaw supporter, and and even till this day, I always tell people all the time, I think that TJ Dillashaw is one of the best 135ers of all time. So MMA Dewey says that's why the fighting team fell off. It's not about fighting no more. They can't make good fighters anymore because it's money they focus on, which lowers the training quality a lot. Correct. And then Savachi Financial has some emojis here. What is this particular emoji right here? Is this okay, ninja and turtle. Okay, ninja turtle. Got it. Okay. All right, ninja turtle. Okay. The emoji says it all, right? It's a ninja and a turtle. So, there it is, right? Um you're right. Yeah, look, here's the thing, right? It's very difficult, and you notice this with the type of fighters that Uriah has right now, right? He has mostly foreign fighters. Do you notice that? Right? We've had homegrown fighters like Andre Feely, right? Obviously, Andre Feely was a homegrown fighter. Joseph Benavidez. Oh, I mean, he was an American fighter, but he wasn't a homegrown sack fighter. But yeah, um, Savachi Financial says you're like a secret character in a video game. John Dong says, "Do you ever watch movies?" Yes. If it's good, if it has to be really compellingly good, right? Like I'm not one of these people that goes out of my way to go to a movie theater and watch movies, whether by myself or with other people. Unless of course one of my kids asked me to go watch a particular movie, then obviously I would have to go because some things can't be left unsupervised. But anyways, yeah. MMA Joey says, I got a real good training there though, but I'm thinking about moving to Vegas or Florida or fighting or for a new fighting gym, maybe ATT or Extreme. I want to compete in MMA. Only 20 years old right now. Okay, so you know what, man? I'm gonna help my boy with his recruitment right now, right? So my boy, who I've trained with in Team Alpha Male, right? Let me pull up his message here so that I can, give you the proper. Uh, Anthony Bivens is his name. Okay, I want you to go message this guy. Yes, Savachi Financial says I trained there too. Yes, you did. Yup. Um, Let me see here. Hold on, I'm pulling up this address that I want you to train at. Because it is in Sacramento. It's in the Watt Avenue area. So, right here. Okay, so this is the name of the gym right here, right? Collective Martial Arts Training Center, right? Owned by a buddy of mine, Anthony Bivens. Okay, um, he will he will give you all the focus that you need. He's a black belt. He's starting up a fight team. The address is at this one right here. This is the address. I'm going to pull it up on the map right now. So this is the address right here. Okay, the address is I want you to screenshot this MMA Doughy, okay? 8167 Alpine Avenue B, Sacramento, California. So it's going to be right next to a Vibe Cannabis dispensary. Okay, so it's right next to a dispensary. There it is. It's on Power Inn. So this is on Power Inn and Belvedere Avenue. Okay, so I want you to look for that gym. All right. So screenshotted, good, and then tell him that Kyrie sent you. He knows who I am, obviously. I've been training with him for a very long time. Obviously the owner and the head instructor there, BJJ black belt Anthony Bivens, aka Chinaman. What that was his fight name when he fought for Team Alpha Male and also for Team Carnage. So yeah, just tell him I sent you, and I think you'll get everything that you're looking for there, right? Because it's Team Alpha Male centric. Because obviously we all come from the Team Alpha. Like, put it like this, right? Put it like this. It's kind of like going from ATT to the Black Zillions, like that, right? Like when the Black Zillions made their team, they made it with the model of how they trained in ATT, all the knowledge that they gained from ATT, all the training structures that they gained at ATT. So he says these other dudes be doing Pilates and shit. He says, the 185 belt. Okay, so you're saying that the 185 belt was the one that's constantly being switched around. MMA Doughy says, facts, Cody was the only UFC champ from Team Alpha Male, but he became champ because of his boxing. His uncle trained his boxing, not Team Alpha Male. What I will say, though, is that what Cody got out of Team Alpha Male was the elusive striking. That's what I think he got out of Team Alpha Male. He got the elusive striking, right? The movement. Because, everybody in Team Alpha Male, especially if you were a 125 to 135 fighter, you were training for Dominic Cruz. And there it is, man. Savachi Financial mentions Dominic Cruz. I didn't even see you made a comment about Dominic Cruz. But why is Dominic Cruz a snitch again? Remind me why he's a snitch. Who did he snitch on, right? Chael Sonnen also came by Team Alpha Male one time, right? I almost wanted to ask him, is like, Chael, why do you name yourself, the American Gangster? You realize you snitch on your co-defendants when you had that real estate fraud case going on, right? Chael Sonnen had a real estate fraud case to which he, ended up, snitching on his cohorts. So I'm like, you can't really call yourself the American Gangster, but I can see him making a comment saying something like, well, of course, I'm the American Gangster. Do you realize Frank White snitched on everybody at the end of the movie? And then by the end of it, I would, oh, that's right. MMA Dewey says, I thought about going to AKA, but it's ass. They are nothing without Dagestanis. You know what, man? Josh Koscheck. You're familiar with Josh Koscheck, right? Obviously, a bit of an older guy. I know you're a younger guy. You're like in your early 20s, so I'm just trying to, kind of find context if you know who these guys are. Well, Josh Koscheck, former AKA fighter, former title challenger, fought George St. Pierre. He's said a lot of very negative and disparaging things about AKA, to the likes of which is very similar to what you're saying, right? I remember when they had the show MMA Factory. I believe it was on a TV network that was like geared for Latinos, right? It was like put it like this, right? It was like the BET version, but for Latinos. Okay. Yeah. So it was on that channel. I forgot which channel it was, but during those cable days, you know how back in the days they had multiple cable TV channels for different niche channels or different, sporting channels or different, ethnic channels and whatnot, right? So he says, Kai, the Contender Series. Yeah, you're right. That's something to think about if I was to, create my own show. But yes, so Josh Koscheck, obviously was on the show MMA Factory, right? It was basically like a reality show back in the days. It was like the Kardashians for AKA at the time. And this was right before, I believe, the Dagestanis had even came in, right? So this was the days of Cain Velasquez, Luke Rockhold, he was always there. John Fitch, Josh Koscheck. I mean, he said multiple times that, he believes that the training style of Javier Mendez is going to get you knocked out. So I don't know, man. Maybe the reason why AKA has a reputation the way that they do is probably because of the Dagestanis. Obviously, Daniel Cormier is there, but you could argue and say that Daniel Cormier was made by the Dagestanis, right? The Dagestanis were the ones that brought him to World Heavyweight Championship, double championship as a light heavyweight champion as well. He says, I might hop in and take that belt. Yeah, man. So, yeah, that's, yeah, let's get back to Sean Strickland. A little long winded, monologue there about Sean Strickland. Let's hear what he had to say today.
Anyways, man, but like that's what I'm talking about. Like the guy's just a little fucking rat, dude. One, I didn't know you were filming, and those are our warm up rounds. It's like, dude, you're just a weak man. You're just a weak man. I mean, once you take that, a weak man. I kind of, to be honest, I didn't think there was a lot in the clip. Yeah, but it's also like, what is the point? You were light sparring, and you show those shorts a little questionable on my part, I mean,
he's showing the footage, Sean, because he's trying to show that, you know what, I'm capable of whooping your ass, and I'm showing you what you're going to experience. And you know what, I think there's a part of Sean that's looking at that training footage like, oh man, you know what, this is one tough dude, you know what I mean? Like, I know that I'm in for it, and I know that this is going to be a tough fight, and as a result of this tough fight, this is what he could potentially do to me. At 23 seconds, why did he put it up there? For multitudes of reasons, right? Most people can't post really long posts on Instagram, right? I'm not even sure where this training footage was. MMA Doey says, what's what I always thought about Javier Mendez. He doesn't seem like a good striking coach to me at all. He really just takes the Dagestanis and that's it. You know what? And here's the thing, right? The Dagestanis are very kind people, right? And sometimes kind to the detriment of not putting Javier Mendez in check. You know what I mean? Like, what are they going to say to Javier Mendez? Because you have to understand, right? They have a culture where the older ones are always right. That's their culture. Now, I understand this, from an Arabic culture as well, right? But, if we're talking MMA and I know that I know more than you in that department, I'm not just going to shut up about it because you're older than me. So maybe that's what's going on. I think maybe the Dagestanis know how to hide his mishaps. There's always that one homie, right? Where he knows you mess up, he knows you're a fuck up. Oh my god, I can't believe I cursed. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I don't normally curse if you can't tell, by the way. But anyways, yeah, he knows you're an f up, and as a result of that, he knows that he has to cover up for you. I've had homies like that, homies that slipped up, or homies that had to do X, Y, and Z, homies that went and did I don't know X, Y, and Z, and I had to go cover up for them, like them type of things, right? That is basically what the Dagestanis did for Javier Mendez. They homie covered him. That's the best way to put it. Jenny Elliott says, I feel like bro is going to tell me the weather. I think what you are trying to say is that I have perfect English articulation, and you're probably shocked at looking at somebody who looks like a Dagestani fighter but speaks perfect English, right? I think those two things are like really mixing up your brain in a way that is discombobulating it to the reality of what you normally would know. MMA Doey says, I've never seen Javier Mendez in cornering a non-Dagestani. This shows me Javier Mendez can't get his own fighters into the UFC. Or maybe he does corner other guys in the LFA or regional shows or shows outside the UFC, or maybe even just undercard guys that slip under the radar that you don't see, perhaps, maybe. But if I'm wrong about that, let me know. But that is my speculation. I could be right. You could be right. I could be wrong. You could be wrong. At this moment in time right now, I'm not completely sure if that's if that's true one way or another. Um, Jenny Elliott says, Bro's voice sounds like he dreamed of being a news anchor. I am what I am. I am what I am. You know what? A lot of people think I'm a square because I talk like a news anchor, but try messing with me. Try putting your hands on me. Try coming after me. Try beefing with me. I guarantee you, I will put you on the news. Okay, Mr. News Anchorman is gonna put you on the news. I guarantee that. Okay, so MMA Dewey says facts. I get what you're saying. I'm Arab from Gaza. Oh man, are you? Oh man. You know what, man? I gotta manage you now, bro. I don't even know if you can throw a punch or if you got any grappling skills. I gotta manage you now. You're Arab and you're from Gaza. Oh, brother, we gotta talk. He says I'm not Muslim, though born in a Christian family. Okay, we can work with that, of course, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, holler at me, bro. You know what I mean? I could be your fight manager up in here. Jenny Elliott says, I'm American. What's a dagger? He's referring to Dagestanis. Dagestanis are people from Dagestan. So Savachi says, this fool said the Kardashians of the Dagestanis. The Kardashians of the Dagestanis, did I say that? No, what I mentioned was that AKA had their own reality TV show back in the mid 2000s, which was, very similar to the format of the Kardashians. But I also did say that the Dagestanis were not there at the time, But yeah, that's from what I remember.
I mean, but they were Amazon, It was a bad angle for you. Yeah, it was bad. It was a bad angle. It was a bad angle. But I mean, hey, I like women. He likes goats. I win there. Did you guys spar more than that? Or was that the only round that you guys ever did? No, we actually only did. We did one. We did one. We've only sparred once, and we did a I think it was 3-round spar. So we sparred once, but I kept telling you this, dude. When I go to a gym, I want to spar the best guy. I want to spar him, but he would always go beat up the lower level.
Beat up the lower level guy. I want to spar the best guy, Sneeko. Navy SEAL. Yes, he was a Navy SEAL. I get that he was a Navy SEAL, but a Navy SEAL doesn't translate to the level of skills that you have. Like, I think people mistaken the fact that because Tim Kennedy was so high up in the ranks at 185 that they think every military guy can do that. I assure you, when Tim Kennedy was in the military, one of the biggest problems that he had, in the military was that he thought that he could beat everybody up, and he can. Okay, like a lot of military guys don't train MMA. They just do the standard, the standard physical, fitness test. They go do their, runs, their pull-ups, their sit-ups, and then that's it. And then they go and smoke a cigarette and then have a beer on their time off. Not Tim Kennedy. Tim Kennedy was training full time. In fact, before he was an Army Ranger, he was already a pro fighter. So he was a pro fighter going into the Army Rangers, right? He didn't become an Army Ranger and then decided he was going to become a fighter. This Navy SEAL guy, the same guy that my buddy Idris had fought, he was a Navy SEAL, but he fought at a very low level because he just was not experienced in MMA. But nonetheless, obviously Sean Strickland was a much more formidable fighter than the Navy SEAL guy, and and that's that. He says, "LOL, who are you apologizing to?" YouTube. Um, Jenny says, "Pro sportsmen. They use guns." Yes, that's another thing, right? I mean, obviously that's a gun culture, right? Just like all gun cultures, they most gun cultures are shy of hand-to-hand combat. Okay, whether it's the police or gangbangers, I swear to you, like I'm so surprised that not enough gang members train MMA. It baffles me because it's like everything these guys talk about, right? You look at the WAC 100 pages, right, or the people that react to WAC 100, or this, that, or the other, right? And what do they talk about all the time? They're like, who didn't pull up for the fades? Who snitched? Who can't come back to the hood? This, that, or the other, right? Yeah, let's run the fade, homie, or this and that. Yeah, meet me for a fade. I want my fade. They always talking about fades, but they don't be training, to do fades, and it's crazy that people who come from the gang world don't train MMA. But all right, whatever, man. You run across me in the street talking that gangster shit. Bow, nigga, what's up? Boom, woo. Anyways, yeah. Harsh says, Cumshot is losing to Strickland. I mean, that's your opinion. You're entitled to that opinion. Let's see. Come back here when the fight is over or when the fight is going on. Obviously, I'm going to be live streaming it, and let's see. Let's put our predictions to the test, shall we? So, he says, this dude is in the Matrix. He says, got ish to do. MMA Doey says, I like you, bro. You seem smart, but I think you should research Islam. My Muslim friends got me interested a couple of years ago, and I wanted to convert, but after doing my research, I found it to be false. Well, um, you know what? Hopefully, we can meet one day. You know what I mean? So at least I could give you an in-depth conversation of these things, and and maybe kind of give you kind of give you a better in-depth analysis. Because look, to be honest with you, right? Like, yeah, you seem like a really cool person too. Obviously, you're a Sacramento guy. You train amongst the circles of the same people that I have. Um, yeah, I would love to hang out with you, but it would just be very disingenuous for me to try to explain to you with a worldwide audience here. Well, let me put it like this, right? As I'm here on camera, you also have to understand that a lot of this is also work, right? The professional wrestling work, right? Now, I don't mean work like 9 to 5 work. I mean like work as in, a professional wrestling style, right? Or putting on a show, right? It's very disingenuous to have a serious religious conversation when you are in the realm of trying to entertain. And it would just be lost in translation, and it would be very disingenuous. He says, this ninja, the hood news anchor laughing my ass off. I like that. Jenny Elliott says, I said the same thing. ROLF. Dylan Brown says, you don't have to follow a religion to experience God. I mean, look, that you know what, man? A couple of years ago, maybe even 10 years ago, you know what I would say to you? I would say, man, you're just one of these like, super religious, like spiritual hippies or whatever that's lost. Or, but nowadays I just look at it like I still believe that that's true, but I don't know. I wouldn't say it. I'd just be like, all right, if that's what you think, because I think religion, needs a certain level of rules, needs a certain level of structure. Um, you see this in the MMA world, right? Some of our most successful fighters are successful due to the fact that we have a certain, lifestyle and a certain rule set and a certain criteria and a certain standard that we live by, which ultimately I think helps us, right? For example, waking up in the morning to pray Fajr, there's benefits in that, right? Enhancing your cerebellum, your decision making skills while praying all the time. Those things help. Like all these little actions that you do, they help. When you pray and you subdued and you're kneeling the way that we do in the Islamic prayer. There's health benefits to that. There's stretching benefits to that. People always talk about, oh, let's do yoga or this and that. Man, the Islamic prayer is the best, form of, a stretching recovery for you. It's a natural stretching recovery. So there's a lot. There's a lot. And again, this is going to take hours and hours to explain. But obviously, MMA Doey is very genuine in really trying to find out the truth to this matter. But hopefully, I do run across you, one of these days. So I hope that you do take into consideration that gym that I had recommended you, and I hope that I see you there. Obviously, I don't know what you look like. You know what I look like, so if you see a bearded guy, who has a very strong American accent, right? A Dagestani looking guy with a strong American accent. I think, don't be a stranger and say hi, and send your salams to me, and yeah, and so at least I will know who you are, and identify you when I see you in person, inshallah. So, um, yeah, I get what you're saying. MMA Doey says yes. That's in reference to obviously saying that we would have to have a very genuine conversation. Jenny says you look Chinese to me. Well, obviously I'm half Asian, so there's something to that. But yeah, um, yeah, I'm racially ambiguous. I can pass for anything, I suppose.
Couple guys. I don't know, man. He said yesterday in his media that he called Hunter up and asked for this fight. He said he wanted to try your meat, and he called for the fight. Try my meat. Do you think he took something out of those spars that made him want this fight? Do you even believe he asked for this fight? What do you think is making him so confident coming into this one? No, I mean, of course he fucking, I don't know, man. Try my, what does that even mean, dude? Did you call him a faggot when that happened? Did you say, what are you trying to fucking say, dude? All right, relax. No, I mean, I think it's also a good fight. I think it's a fun fight. There's so many people in the division where it's like what are the top five? Brendan Allen, his fucking punching bag, his meat. What else in the top five division you have right now? So it's kind of nice just to get a fresh look, new blood. So I think the fight just kind of made sense. Do you get the impression that if you can't get this done, there's no one else in this division who can? I hope the guys are learning how to wrestle these days. It's just really hard, dude, when you're dealing with that kind of
GG17 says, I want Strickland to lose. Let me know why. Jenny Elliott says, I feel like he's a plant. Are you talking about Sean Strickland? A plant in what way? Because a plant seems like that would be somebody who is classified as trying to push a certain agenda, an agenda that sort of has a mainstream value behind it, or some sort of conventional value behind it. So, in other words, somebody that would espouse Republican views, right? Somebody that seems like they were sent from the RNC, or somebody that's sent to espouse Democratic views, right? So you could tell that maybe they were sent by the DNC. Sean Strickland is none of the above, right? He comes across as a very rogue-like element of some sort. Like Biden. Yeah, I don't think so. Like, I think Sean Strickland is just his own entity, and sometimes to his own detriment, because Sean doesn't really understand. Like, look, man, a lot of these dudes, right? A lot of these right wing white dudes that are in the MAGA movement right now, many of them don't know what they're talking about when it comes to politics. You want to know how I know this? This is a common trend that you hear with a lot of Trump supporters from 2016, right? This is what they'll say. I never used to vote, now I do. Because for whatever reason, Trump got me into politics. Okay, well, why did Trump get you into politics? Well, they'll say Trump got me into politics because I like his no-nonsense stance. I like the fact that he says it like it is. Okay, so in other words, you like that he's rude and abrasive. Yes, I like that. So they basically came into politics for the wrong reasons. So therefore, they're not real political pundits. They don't have real political intellectual takes in some kind of way. In fact, they're Like how we call casuals in the MMA world, they are casuals in the world of um in the world of political discourse, kind of like the Conor McGregor fans, right? Many of the fans that Conor McGregor brought to MMA are not real strong, hardcore fans to any degree. They're not like the type of fans that will watch the prelims, for example, will know who Jim Miller is, let alone who will know who Jeremy Stephens. Actually, if you know Conor McGregor, it's weirdly enough to say this. If you know Conor McGregor, you should know Jeremy Stephens. How do you not know? Because even Conor McGregor asked you who Jeremy Stephens was with the famous question, "Who the f is that guy?" He says, "You should have callers call in live." Um, put a number. How about this? All right, Andrew. How about this? Right. What about Facebook? How about giving me a call through Facebook? What do you think? Do you have a Facebook? Because I don't have a number that you guys can call me, and I don't know how I would do that. I don't know how I could do that through Google or anything like that. That would the only thing though, it's kind of risky, right? Because the minute I have somebody on the phone, what if somebody drops the N word, and then I'd have to go back and scrub that part out in the live stream, and then it would have to do a lot of work. And so he says, your show would blow up with okay, with some callers, huh? Man, you know what, man? Yeah, I use Ventrelio. Use Ventrelio. Okay, what is that? In the meantime, while I'm looking that up, let me play Sean Strickland
like
here.
Chechen style of leg humping. It's like unless you've experienced it before, it's something it's hard to train for, because they just get on your leg and they just fucking hold on for dear life.
Google Voice.
They don't really. It's hard to experience unless you train with these guys. I've trained these guys forever, so I kind of know what it's like. Do you find everyone's talking like, oh, they can't see each other in the lobby, we might not be able to do a face-off? Are you kind of getting a little bit bored of that narrative? It's a bit like you are both. I don't think he gives a fuck, does he? He doesn't seem to. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think I didn't even know how this even get started. Oh, I know how it got started. He said something about jumping me. He made a joke about all my friends would jump you. And I said, dude, you're a fucking coward.
I tell you what, Andrew, I'm considering that idea for the future. Okay, William Rebel says, "Remember me, shorty Mexican gringo." Huh, are you calling me a shorty Mexican gringo, or are you saying you're a shorty Mexican gringo? He says this and ninja, a hood Malaysian, Dagestani, Chechnyan, Mr. Miyagi, Mr. Kadyrov type of name. Oh man, yeah, a whole lot of fusion there, right? It sounds like a whole bunch of cuisines that you would probably find in Abu Dhabi. MMA Dewey says, I'd say your channel is big enough to be able to get interviews for fighters from the LFA or PFL. That would be a good way for you to grow. You know what? So here's the thing, right? I found fighter interviews to be very ineffective. Okay, I'll give you an example. All right, shout out to this channel that I'm about to show you right now. This channel that I had followed in England a while back. It's called Anything Blows. Right. Let me show you this guy's channel. This is an Albanian brother in England. Right. That's what he specializes in. Right. We started out literally right around the same time. Okay. So right now I'm already at 1,400 some odd subscribers. He's still at 500. This is why. Okay. I don't know what it is. It's just very hard to grow with this. Look, he does interview fighters, right? There's all these fighters that he interviews. Obviously, all upcoming boxers from England. And it doesn't, I don't know, man. It's just, there's a formula to this YouTube thing, right? And uh, having connections with fighters, doesn't guarantee them for you. So MMA Doey says, I got two names for you. I've trained with these guys before. They are both future UFC champs. Okay. Yusuf Azambayev, Ansar Khamzat. Okay, when they are champs, people will back your channel. Okay, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna have to get in contact in some kind of way. MMA Doey. Um, do you have a social media site or anything like that I could reach you at? I have. I only use Facebook, right? I have an Instagram, but I barely go on Instagram. I'm an old man. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not what I mean. I'm thinking about like using it as a way to obviously promote the channel, but yeah, man, all I have is Facebook. So, if there's any way that you and I can get in contact in any kind of way, I'm sort of interested in the prospect that you are proposing right now, and also. Oh wow! Somebody with a very questionable name asked if you are Arab. Yes, I am Arab. Yes. Um, Straight up menace 211. Shout out to you. He says weird seeing the connections being made. Yup. Um, MMA Doey says, and you'll have the connection with them that you're able to hit them back up when they get all the UFC fame. Hit them up, ask for an interview. New sub, straight up menace. Thank you for that, man. You a straight up menace. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. The Menace to Society song by MC8. Rashid the Man 55 says, "Are you a sleeper cell?" That's a very stupid question. Okay, um, obviously you're not asking this question out of good faith, are you? You know what I mean? Hate love, and here's hate love right here, man. Coming into the rescue, erasing this guy's comments. All right, that's fine. Erase those comments. Like I said, right? I give you the leeway and the discretion to choose if you think that that's a good idea to erase it. I say, why not, right? You know what I mean? It's just going to get the channel flagged anyway. So, and I'm not talking about YouTube either, right? You know what I mean? That would be the least of my problems, with those types of statements. MMA Doey says, they are Khamzat's teammates. Yusuf submitted Strickland. I saw it live. What? Yeah, you know what, man? I had a homie of mine that I trained with also that submitted Strickland, right? His name's Donald Thomas. Savachi Financial knows who he is. Yeah, dude, Savachi Financial, Donald Thomas has submitted Sean Strickland when they were training back down in LA. So, a little yeah, some little background for you there. This is the guy who submitted Sean Strickland. Let me show you who he is. Anonymous Fitness. No, it's Fitness Anonymous. He says, we can team up. I can help your channel for real. No BS. Yeah, what is it that you do that Evil Monkey says, what's up, boss? Shout out to you, Monkey. How are you, man? He says, you probably already got asked this before, but who do you think will win the main event Saturday and how? I did say I did say Khamzat Chimaev by late submission somewhere in the fourth round. So yeah, this is the homie right here that I was showing you guys right here. Hold on, where's his shorts at right here?
Me, they don't want to do heavy squats no more, but they want to work on their explosiveness. I said, no problem. You can do this from home or you can do it at the gym. But if you have resistance bands and get some heavy kettlebells where you jump, the kettlebells don't jump with you. You can tie them on there and put them on your shoulder. And this is a great explosive workout for your body. And you don't have to use those heavy weights. 100%. It works great. I had a couple people ask me, they don't want to do heavy squats no more, but they want to work on their explosiveness.
Yeah, that guy submitted Sean Strickland in practice. Bro said Arab Stan. He says, are you Arabia Stan? Petey Boy. Shout out to Petey Boy, man. Man, it's funny what comments will make people come out and comment. You know, I mean, obviously, you know, I talk to the people that are willing to comment, but I'm always surprised by who's behind the walls of who's commenting while all of this is going on. But all right, let's go back to Sean Strickland and what he's talking about here.
I'm a grown-ass man. At no point in my life, have I ever said, I'm going to jump this man. Like, to me, to say that and look myself in the mirror after saying that and saying that I'm going to threaten you, my fans, like, it kind of makes me feel like a pussy. So the fact that you can say that, that's why I say you're a weak man. So I think I said that, like, well, if you or any Chechnyan rolls up to me, they're going to get fucking, you know, I think, what I got, like 20 plus 1. My carry gun's like 18 plus 1. So, but I mean, that's realistic. Like, if you walk outside and there's fucking 5 Chechyans trying to fight, not in New Jersey, obviously, because we're in a fucking communist state, but in Vegas, if I walk outside and there's 3 fucking Chechenyans, I legally could put a fucking bullet in each and every one of them. Why? Because in America, we value being a fucking man. In America, we value one-on-one fights. We value...
Yeah, in America, we also value gangbanging, okay? So we also value drive-by shooting. We also value sliding on ops when, you know, we got to go spin the block. So, yeah, man, the evil Chuck Norris. Watch yourself there, evil Chuck Norris, okay? Because, you know, there's some bad mama jammies out here, Mr. Walker, Texas Ranger. You don't want to join Chuck Norris, do you, Sean?
Stand your ground.
He says he looked like he would be in the episode of Walker, Texas Ranger as a bad guy, maybe. You know what I mean? Like, as like some kind of like, you know, arms dealer that, you know, Chuck Norris is, you know, is coming after. Jenny Elliott says, calm down, Jafar. Oh, okay. Is that in reference to like the bad guy from Aladdin? MMA Doe, he says, by the way, those 3 Chechnyans he's talking about are Yusuf Ansar themselves. Wow. Okay. So, all right. So, yeah. So they do have ties to California. Okay. Live workouts behind the scenes. Jenny says clearly he's Canadian. Oh, yeah. Okay. Aristotle says, you're so lame and boring. Well, apparently you were here for the whole entire time and you say that I'm boring, but yet you probably watch a bunch of streamers that talk like this. So guys, like, I'm going to talk about yeah, like, every sentence is like, yeah, I'm going to say, a lot because I don't know what to say. A whole bunch of incoherent English. You are insane. You're telling me that I'm boring, and yet here I am. I'm spitting facts to you at like 100 miles an hour, talking about a whole bunch of different subjects. Also, while talking about controversial things, and then you say that I'm boring? All right. He says, he is clearly uneducated. It's lame as F. LOL. Clearly, I'm probably way more educated. Are you talking about I'm clearly uneducated, or are you talking about Sean Strickland is uneducated? Let me know. He says, I was going to say Apu, but I stuck with Jafar. Okay, I think Jafar is a lot more ethnically accurate, considering that Jafar is an Arab guy and Apu is an Indian guy, which, yeah, man, I'm no Jeet. So, yeah, no offense to the Indians, obviously, but yeah, I'm just not a Jeet. So, Petey Boy says, Apu is Indian. Where the hell does he look Indian from? Exactly. Yes. Shout out to Petey Boy, man. Yes. He says, you love India. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness, man. No, let me just say this, man. I love India enough that if I was their neighboring country, I would have a surveillance camera all over them because you can't trust them. Okay, how about that? Okay, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, only you and I know the language that I'm talking about right now. If you were, in neighboring countries with India, you would absolutely, point your cameras at them, your surveillance cameras at them, because you can't trust them in anything that they do. Kai Patel, Aristal says, you're talking about trash. You're talking about trash. This channel is useless and super lame. Okay, I mean, listen, what do you want me to do with that? You want me to like have my feelings hurt because you say that? I mean, you went out of your way to comment on my channel, which by the way only helps with the algorithm. It only helps with the engagement, and yeah, thank you. So I don't really care what you say. How about this? We're gonna send you to the shadow realm. Okay, we're going to put you on timeout for a whole 24 hours. So, boom, there you go. You got sent to the shadow realm. Goodbye. Have fun watching while you're punching the air right now, talking smack about me, and nobody in earth can hear you say it. Unless, of course, you go and open your own YouTube channel and go talk smack about me. But if you go and you do that, just rest assured, I'm going to find your IP address. I'm going to show up at your house with a bunch of homies, and we're going to do the dang thing, and we're going to slide on you. What you think of that? Bitch ass nigga. Anyways, it was Boo MB. He says, let's start a live stream together, especially this Saturday with the live callers. You know what? I'm going to try to get yeah, I'm going to try to put out a number there of some sort. He says, did your research, did you Jenny Elliott? Okay. He says, they're still butthurt because of the moguls. He says, Abu means father. So are you calling him your father now? Who in particular? Abu is my last name, right? So he says, Assalamu alaikum. DM says, shout outs to DM, man. Let me know what part of the world you are from, DM. Yes, wa alaikum salam to you as well, my man.
I don't value is being a fucking weak third world fucking pussy who threatens friends. Like, it's such a soft mentality. Soft man. You agree though, right? I mean, it's kind of a bitch mentality, right? I don't. Show of hands. Everybody's raising their hand. But did you take? He tweeted about you're growing up and stuff like that, which sometimes people like to throw at your way. Did you? I didn't even see what he said. What did you say? You repeat it. He said that your dad made you a girl. Honestly, my dad kind of made me violent because he was such a weak man. You're gonna find that, like, maybe Chimaev included, like, growing up, my dad was like the boogeyman.
I'm gonna tell you, this is what I don't like about this trad Western culture thing, right? They attribute abuse and pain as some sort of strength, and this is kind of weird, right? Okay, well then of course you guys are going to rebuttal with something to the extent of, well, isn't this the reason why Sean Strickland is a world champion in the first place, because his dad abused him or this and that? No, I think that Sean Strickland would have been a world champion anyway. He obviously has gifts. He obviously has natural athletic ability for him to do this, right? I don't think him being abused by his dad was going to hinder nor help him in any kind of way, right? But he attributes that, yeah, my dad made me a psychopath or this and that or the other. No, your dad made you an emotionally broken man. Your dad made you into a very how do I say this? A very emotionally unintelligent person. I mean, think about it. Everything that Sean Strickland does is within the realm of uh emotional immaturity. And yet he attributes that as his strength. You know who else attributes that as their strength? But I actually really like this fighter, right? Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford's mom used to pay him to have street fights with the neighborhood boys. Okay? And I'm like thinking to myself, man, this is a horrible mother. Oh, hey, love, shout out to you, my man. Thank you for the $5, the £5 rather, man, 5 English pounds, man. Thank you for that. Salam, brother. I'm watching in the background, can't chat, but I am here. Thank you for the super chat, my man. Big ups to you on that, man. Thank you. I really appreciate that, man. Really appreciate that. Thank you for your support to this channel. That's always appreciated. Thank you for that. So Terrence Crawford, okay, his mom used to say that, you know what, I used to have, I mean, look, this is child abuse. You know what I mean? Like having him fight the other neighborhood kids or this and that. Shit is child abuse. You know, like it did not make Terrence Crawford any tougher. Terrence Crawford was already destined to be a world champion, world level, undisputed, three-time undisputed boxing champion. It was bound to happen, right? That's not how you get tougher. You don't get tougher because, you know, your emotionally unstable mama made you fight the neighborhood boys and then, you know, paid anybody that was willing to beat you up. Like that's, you know, real weird stuff, right? But that's the thing. This is the thing that they do in Western culture, right? They attribute abuse, they attribute pain as some sort of strength when in reality, it really has no indication of making you strong in any kind of way. None whatsoever. Get this guy out of here. Ecstasy. How about this, man? Go have ecstasy on your own in the shadow realms of hell. Bye-bye. Go ahead and punch the air, talk smack, feel better about yourself. Oh, I can't believe you. While you're sitting there alone in whatever incest, you know, ville that you live at. I mean, whatever. Anyways, yeah.
He was the scariest fucking thing.
He says, what did the West do to you? No, nothing. This is, look, the West has done nothing to me other than give me a very good life. Okay? I have no problem with the West. But it doesn't mean that I can't criticize it. It doesn't mean that I can't criticize its cultural practices. In particular, the cultural practice of attributing abuse, whether self-induced or otherwise uninvited, as some metric or some sort of attribution of strength. Andrew says, every time Sean fights, he sees his father. You can tell by his eyes he wants to unalive his father. Well, his dad's already dead, you know. So, you know, there's a lot of unresolved issues there, obviously stemming from the fact that, you know, his father has already passed away.
The scariest thing in my life, you know, watching him beat up my mom, throw beer bottles at me. So it's like, to me, my dad, he almost made me a little bit like sociopathic, more like a sociopath than anything. He probably did more harm than good. And I'll never forget. I was like, I think I was 17 years old, and like he wasn't letting my mom go to work. And I walked in there, and I was like, Dad, like I think I was a fighter at the time. I probably dropped out of high school. I was probably a fucking loser. And I walked in there and I was like, dude, you gotta let it go to work, dude. Like, you gotta let it go to work. Mortgage must be paid. And the guy gets in my face and he says, like, I'm your dad. You're gonna fucking hit me. And I remember I just said, like, you know what, fuck it, dude. Today's the day. And I headbutted him, broke his nose, fell down, and this guy started crying.
Evil Monkey, that's a very good question. Do I think that he will do better than DDP? I think so. I think that he will do better than DDP. But I also think that he will get finished, like meaning that he will do better than DDP in the first 3 rounds, meaning that he will put up a better fight than DDP, but he will get finished, unlike DDP. He says, "Oh man, you banned him." He says, "Who trying to hurt your feelings, bro? What do you mean?" He says, "See, he's hurt. Who's hurt? Who are you talking about?" Yeah, who are you talking about? Give me context on that. Both Andrew and Savachi Financial, give me some context behind that.
And it was like, so
Antonio asks, are you Indonesian? I get that a lot. No, I'm not Indonesian. I think because, you know, I'm half Asian and then I have, you know, a beard, which is indicative of being Muslim. So yeah, that's probably why I get that a lot. But no, I'm not Indonesian. I am half Arabic and half Pacific Islander. This dude said slide. Oh, Sean is hurt. Okay. MMA Doey says, I'd say the type of pain is real. It lights a fire under those people who have went through that stuff. It helps you become tougher mentally, colder in the heart and in the fight. Okay, so Paul asks, "What do you do?" I'm a reputed gangster. You know, yeah, that's what I do. I'm a gangbanger. So yeah. Anyways, Vane says, bro, why you playing? Yeah, nice try. Nice try. I should just ban you for that, honestly. I mean, you know, like what an immature joke. PD Boy says Pacific Islander, that's why you built like a tank. Thank you, my man. You know, thank you. I probably think I get that from my Arab side, you know, more than anything. You know, I have a lot of you know, very athletic and yeah, I have a lot of wrestlers in the Arab side of my family. So Antonio says, you're half robot and half Islander. Half robot and half Islander. No, dude, why did you oh wait, okay. Yeah, dude, the veiny dude was just laughing, bro. You know what I mean? You didn't need to you know, he says built like a sumo. All right. Yeah. Oh man. Man, you guys, you don't even know the half of it. He says, yes, Arabstan gave him strength. Yes, that's really what it is. You know, look, what I will say is, yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not going to go into, you know, what racial attributes gave me what. You know, I am my own man. I am my own person, regardless of what, you know, race gave me that. MMA Dewey says, for example, I'd say me growing up in a war zone is what made me turn into combat sports. Okay. I don't know why I'm so into combat sports, but it's probably has to do with being from Gaza and growing up there. Bro, us Arabs were very violent people. I don't know if you understand that, right? Like we are naturally violent human beings, and I don't apologize for that. You know what I mean? Some guys, look, you know what? I had this Dominican fella that I went to high school with, right? He said to me, he's like, "Why do you constantly perpetuate, you know, this, you know, stereotype?" Of like, you know, brown people of being, you know, hyper aggressive or this and that. I'm like, because I am a hyper aggressive human being. I'm a very hyper aggressive human being. Like, you know, if I don't like you, or if you don't, I don't like what you got to say, I may, you know, physically do something about it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a violent person. I love violence. I really thrive off of violent interactions. Like, I'm really down to punch some of y'all in the face, you know, in person, like straight up. Like, I'm really down to punch some of you in the face. Like, you have no idea the level of like, you know, of violence that I'm willing to commit live and in person. Okay, like man, you know, the minute I walk into a gym, the minute I walk around everywhere, I'll walk around like I got a chip on my shoulder. I'll be walking up, looking at everybody up and down. Like, what you looking at? Chast, nigga. Every single one of y'all up in here, every single one of y'all, unalive, all of that. He says, check out my Tommy Tough Knuckles over here. Mr. Jonesy says, bro, listen, here's the thing, right? Yo, I actually trained. Like, you know, I've actually done training sessions in this, like, dude, you know, trust me, I am what I say I am, bro. You know, he says, bro, I hope you try that ish with me. I don't even know who you are, man. How about this? Let's send you to the Shadow Realm. How about that? You know, I ain't wasting my time on no idiot that I'm never gonna meet. He says, oh, he said code switching. Mr. Nunzi, you're hiding online. He says, one time I almost saw him bear up a middle in the sauna. You know what, man? So, you know, there's a lot of shootings that happen in K Street, right? On in Sacramento. I urge you to look up all the shootings that happen in K Street, right? That's right by that gym that, you know, that happened. So he says, yeah, you are very similar to Sean Strickland. You know what? I've gotten that before, right? Me and Sean Strickland are very similar to that, but I'm not going to say we have similar life experiences, but you know, I don't get into my own personal private life or anything like that. But yeah, you know, um, in which round did you think Ilya sleeps Justin Gaethje in? You know what? It's not a guarantee that he'll sleep Justin Gaethje, though. It's not necessarily a guarantee that he can do that. Yo, what if Justin Gaethje actually wins? You know, people forget, right? Justin Gaethje is the main American in this card. You know, I think people forget that. He is the main American in this card. Imagine, what that story will be like, that the American beat this, highly popular and well, from what it seems like, very unstoppable Spanish man in Ilya Tapora. MMA Doey says there was a murder right outside Uriah's gym, like right in front of the door almost. Happened recently. I think the victim got shot in the head. There you go, man. Sacramento ain't no joke out here, bro. You know what I mean? Like, Sacramento really get it popping and cracking out here, man. You know what I mean? You got to be careful, man. He says, you think Sean will win? No, I don't think Sean will win at all. I think what we have going on with Sean right now is that he is the circus clown that is making this fight a whole lot bigger than what it is, right? In more ways than one. For example, he's making this fight seem like there's going to be some serious violence going on during fight week, during the press conferences, during the media day. None of that is going to happen. And then he's talking about shooting people or this and that. Sean ain't about that life, and especially not at this time right now where he has a chance to be the middleweight champion of the world. And, if Sean is who Sean is, he should believe in himself that he could win this fight and obviously change his life for the better once again, the way that he did when he beat Izzy, right? So he's not going to do that. On top of that, he's also not going to put up the type of performance that his mouth is running, right? And that's how Sean Strickland is. He makes you feel like, oh, you know what? You're about to see some serious violence going on, and then 5 rounds of jab teep, jab teep. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with jab teep, but also understand that, it's not a style that scares anybody. It's not a Francis Ngannou knockout kind of style. It's, none of those things. Evil Monkey says, I think Justin should use his dirty boxing in the clinch, use the leg kicks and mix it up, high and low, and he should keep his distance and don't walk into Ilya's trap. Elliot says, I miss Chuck Liddell. Well, I tell you what, man, I think Alex Pereira is like the second coming of Chuck Liddell, if you think about it, right? Because look at who Glover Teixeira trained with, right? He obviously trained with Chuck Liddell, and then after that, Glover Teixeira became the coach of Alex Pereira, right? He became the coach of Alex Pereira, and then that's the lineage, right? So, he kind of fights like him too, in a way. MMA Doey says there was a guy who was sparring hard in what was supposed to be a light spar. He knocked out his sparring partner bad. The sparring partner's brother pulled up to the gym and killed. Whoa. Yeah, man, that's how it goes, man. That's how it goes. And then you also got to understand too, right? This is all, you know what? I'm glad that you mentioned that, right? Because this is the reason why I don't think Sean is going to do anything, okay? There are people out there who don't understand, not Uriah Hall, Uriah Faber, out here in Sacramento, to be exact, okay? So there are people out there who don't understand this fight culture. And what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? I'll give you an example. I got a few G homies, okay, that I've showed moves to, right? They get really weirded out once, all right, let me show you how to do a clinch. Next thing you know, like, whoa, homie, whoa. And I'm not even like going hard or anything like that. I'm just like, yeah, let me show you a clinch. They get really weirded out about it. They get weirded out by anybody touching them or even demonstrating to them, right? Like, there's people out there like that because they're ignorant to the combat sports apparatus. They don't understand the aspect of showing somebody a technique. They don't understand the aspect of sparring or even fair play in a real fight, in a real sanctioned fight. They don't understand any of that. So, for this person to pull up at the gym and then kill the guy that went hard on his brother, yeah, I think that does have something to do with ego, but it's also just not understanding gym etiquette or just understanding, MMA, martial arts gym culture to begin with. Elliot says a keyword was spar. Correct. Evil Monkey says, oh. Transcend says, you do MMA? Yes, I train MMA. Evil Monkey says, so much ego in the gym. Yes. And sometimes for the better. Look, I'll tell you, MMA Joey will understand this, being that he, was also a Team Alpha Male guy. What I liked about walking in Team Alpha Male is that, everybody there feels like they are God's gift on earth, and I love that. Now, some guys, they don't like that. They want to be in a gym where everybody is nice and humble and this and that. Forget all that. I want all the guys to think they are bad. You want to know why? Because when me and you step on the mat, I'm going to show you why I'm badder than you. So I love that. I love when everybody goes out there and flocks their peacocks out, and they're sticking their chests out, and they're thinking they're the baddest dude in the room. You want to know why? Because I think the same way of myself. Right? When I walk in a room, I feel like I'm the baddest man, even if I'm not. And, and that's the kind of attitude that you got to have. I love that about Team Alpha Male. It's competitive, but it's not a good home gym. Okay? And then you got to understand the lines between that. And, that's kind of, yeah, you got to understand, right? There's a team that you can vibe with, and then there's a team that you got to compete with. Team Alpha Male, you want good sparring? Team Alpha Male will do that. But if you want good technique and you want to learn and have a hands-on training, I don't know if they are the guys to do that. MMA Doe said, okay, MMA Doe says, despite the dudes who spar hard when going light, plenty of times where I've had to ask dudes if they are trying to spar or fight, let me know what timing you on so I can match it. Correct. But, unfortunately, there are guys out there that are just, yeah, man. Like, for example, I think Savachi Financial can probably vouch for this, right? I remember I took him with me to a Muay Thai gym, right? I remember I had like a hurt rib at that time, I think from like, running hill sprints or whatever. So, I told this dude that I had, some, issues there. And I told him, yeah, look, just kind of, so then he goes and he hits me with a body shot. Like, I'm like, bro, what are you doing? But yeah, there's that, he says, bro, that is the gym culture. That's correct. He says, that's literally the kickboxer storyline. Your brother, remember? Yes, man, the 1980s martial arts, that was a time. MMA Dewey says, it's always the strikers, mainly boxers, who always feel like they have to prove a point in sparring. Correct. Elliot says, y'all remember the dumb ish that would go hard spar on YouTube? What does that mean? Arnell says, greetings, Kyrie. I would like to ask a boxing question, if I may ask. Sure. What's the latest word on Manny Pacquiao and Mayweather matchup? Is there a date set? So, okay, this is a good question, right? That fight is still going on. There is no way that fight is not happening because, number one, Floyd is broke, right? Yes, Floyd is broke. This is the reason why he's taking this matchup. There have been reports of Floyd Mayweather not being able to pay rent in the penthouses that he rents at. There have been people who worked at his gym who have not been paid and that were protesting outside of the Mayweather gym. And by the way, to add insult to injury, Manny Pacquiao ends up buying his gym and then renames it the Manny Pacquiao Gym. Okay, one of Mayweather's gym in Los Angeles. So he was going to have an exhibition with Mike Tyson and then another unknown great kickboxer, probably a known guy in his part of the world, but nobody that you and I would know. All I know that he's Greek, he's a kickboxer, and he's coming in here to box Floyd Mayweather in an exhibition, just like with Mike Tyson. Him and Mike Tyson were supposed to box at Congo. What happened with that? Well, obviously, there's a lot of disorganization in Africa, right? People always wonder, well, how come we don't have UFC events in Africa? Well, because the people that you're going to be dealing with there are highly unorganized. And look at what happened with this fight in Congo with Floyd Mayweather and Mike Tyson that never happened to begin with. So then there's these contract clauses that are going on to which they are in conflict with Manny Pacquiao signing to fight Floyd Mayweather, because now Showtime is looking at all of this like, wait a minute, you're going to go and fight Mike Tyson and then a Greek kickboxer in the middle of you fighting Manny Pacquiao, they said they didn't want him to do this because what Floyd was trying to do was not only get extra money, obviously a big payday from the Manny Pacquiao fight, but then also get another payday from Mike Tyson and a great kickboxer. So he was trying to double dip. But he's saying that, well, I already signed up for these fights before I signed with you guys. But little does Floyd know in a contract that says no matter what you signed for before or after, you have to fight for us exclusively. And that is the problem that they got going on right now. So yeah, Elliot says, skinny white guy. MMA Doey says, I'm surprised Sean hasn't gotten killed for how bad he hurts people in sparring, and he's trying to say Khamzat bully peoples when he was beating on Sneeko and other YouTubers. I mean, look, what do you want me to say about Sean Strickland other than the fact that he's a kafir who lies, who also speaks out of his own desire? Look, one of the things that we don't do as Muslims, right? We don't speak out of our own desires when it comes to speaking about facts or political. I mean, yeah, do we have our own personality in terms of speaking out in our own opinions and then putting some jazz and pizzazz to it? Sure. But for the most part, if you're a Muslim that understands stoicism or understands, the value of, having taqwa, then you understand that there's no need for bravado or there's no need to lie, right? This is what Sean Strickland does. He lies to himself a lot. He talks in terms of bravado and ego, right? So that's all that it really comes down to. You know what I mean? So you can't believe anything that a guy like that says. He's, inconsistent. He's more of a political atheist than he really is, if anything, right? He doesn't believe in anything. All these guys that talked about how they voted for Donald Trump back in 2016, okay? They always said, well, you know what? I didn't know about politics before. Exactly. So now you're jumping into it. You're jumping into politics in a very ignorant manner, in a way where you are very limited in the information that you know. Savachi says Floyd is broke. Yes. He says Floyd's like a former gangster rapper doing hella mixtapes, doing remixes with Pitbull. You know what? That's a very good comparison, actually. MMA Doey says, what I've noticed a lot is that a lot of people who start training MMA use it for ego, social status, and feel like they can bully people who don't train. A bunch of snakes in MMA. MMA Doey, you know what, man? This may come as a shock to you. I'm probably one of these people. Okay, now, I know that it sounds shocking to say that off top, but hear me out, right? If, for whatever reason, you owe me money, or you put my life in danger, or if, let's say, we're going to get into an ego fest between you and me. Oh, mine is bigger than yours and yours is, all of this, right? My this is that, I have this, I have more of that. If we're going to get into that contest, yeah, I better be more proficient than you in martial arts. I better be the guy that can hurt you before you can hurt me. And then on top of that, you also have to understand that there's a lot of, look, I'm not trying to justify, why I do what I do, but, rest assured, long story short, I'm down to go on some gangster shit if I have to. I mean, what do I train for? Like, to not put it in action, but then again, I understand the GSP types that, actually do it as a sport and do it as a way of life rather than a way of combat. But for me, it's combat all day and the survival of the fittest, whether in competition or in the streets. Elliot says, yeah, old but gold. Yes. But I do agree with your sentiments, though, MMA Doey. Don't get it twisted. Stephen Kelly Belly says, so you have an agent to fight for your name as you fight in the ring. Okay. Evil Monkey says, do you think Conor will fight at the international fight? Yes. He's scheduled. You're probably going to hear it soon, right? They just don't want to announce it, but there's good, reliable sources that say that fight is happening. That fight is happening. But yes, it will be on UFC 329, as UFC 330 will feature uh, Ian Gary and Islam Makhachev. Antonio says, calm down, bro. No, you calm down. You're the one tapping into a YouTube channel. This is all entertainment by the end of the day. You telling me to calm down is like telling the Ultimate Warrior to stop with his crazy promos as he's, doing the little sky talking thing that he does, right? That's like telling the Undertaker, stop acting like you're a person from the Shadow Realm or something. He says, I would vote for Trump. Elliot says, all right. Stephen Kelly Belly says, but we were watching Survivor and American Idol for 15 years. Huh. What is that in reference to? Bro, like a sumo ninja assassin. Stephen Kelly Belly says, a democracy is a psychiatric game. Huh, that's an interesting take. Explain what that means. Pharaoh, shout out to you. First time I seen you here, let me know. He says, everything is energy and light. Physical light slowed down. Touch, that's an energy, not an action. Stephen Kelly Belly says, it counts as an act. Okay. All right, back to Sean Strickland.
So disappointing to me because I seen this guy who was like this fucking psychopath my whole life who I was scared of, and you just see him, this whiny little bitch on the floor bleeding. So it's like, if anything, I would say my dad probably more made me a sociopath than.
So a little context of what Sean is talking about here. Obviously, what he said here was that when he finally stepped up to his dad after years of abuse, his dad absolutely did nothing but bleed and cry on the floor, and he looked at this guy like he was absolutely pathetic. I kind of know how Sean feels in that sense, right? I've gotten into fights with bullies in high school where, like, the minute they get punched in the face and they finally felt my power, they're like, oh, snap, I don't want none of this smoke. And I just thought to myself, man, these are pathetic human beings. Like, here I am, being trash talked to by a person that is clearly physically inferior than me. And in the minute that I punch him in the face, now all of a sudden he's like, oh, I'm hurt or this. Yeah, man, I understand what he means by that. I do kind of find it pathetic, but yeah. Stephen Kelly Belly says, you said Trump didn't have any political experience, but he was doing shows Apprentice by 2015. There was a shift to run political campaigns based on business data. Okay. He loves his dad still, Elliot says. Yes, you could tell he still does. MMA Dewey says, I believe if you train MMA, you should only do it for self-defense purposes or competition. Okay. I agree with that, and don't get it twisted. I consider walking shit down as a self-defense. Okay, well, there you go. All right, so we kind of agree. We agree to disagree on that, but we mostly agree for the most part. Pharaoh says Trump is one of the funniest presidents. Otherwise, all of it is nonsense. Stephen Kelly Belly says Survivor and American Idol were like social experiments where real people get to do what they like to do, test product showcases. Okay. MMA Doey says, but I really don't like when guys show up and train just to post it on Instagram and let everyone know they are training. I hate that type of shit. Yes, I'm not into that either. You know what I mean? I'm definitely not into that either, right? Like, it's okay if we get a candid picture in. You know what I mean? Like, all right, yeah, let's get, a photo, team, a team photo, going on here. But yeah, he says, people watch TV and vote for a singer. So we got to learn how to pick up traits and bamboozle people that way. Elliot says, I'm gonna show you I'm entrained and posted on IG. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Why I might have to shoot 3 Chechens on Stand Your Ground law. I'll leave it on this one. Look, the fight itself, everyone knows he's going to come out, he's going to be aggressive, he's going to shoot really early, and you're going to have to scramble, work your way back up. At what point in the fight do you think you start to turn it in your favor? I don't have an issue. Like, my boy Johnny's in the back, dude. Let's go, dude. My boy Johnny in the back, dude. I think he's a far better wrestler than he's a far better wrestler than Chimaev. He shoots better, has better stand-up. So it's like, I've been training with guys that are better than him. I think Johnny beats him on any Saturday. So I just like.
What do you mean by that, Savachi Financial? Got to be behind the scenes. Give me some context on that.
I don't know, man. I don't think he's gonna put anything at me where I'm like, oh, that's maybe if he feints right and lands and gets lucky and lands the punch, but like punch for punch, wrestle for wrestle, I got this.
Yeah. So in other words, the minute that you swing, look. So Sean is very disciplined in his jab, right? Very disciplined. He always throws straight jabs all the time, right? Never goes for hooks or anything like that. The minute that Sean Strickland decides he's going to go for hooks or this and that or try to throw anything wild is when Khamzat Chimaev drops his level down, shoots for a takedown, ducks underneath, and takes him down. He says, I don't know how his nose is straight. You're talking about Sean Strickland? Like you were just saying, okay, not all in the videos. Oh, okay, gotcha. Dancing, gotcha. Okay, I understand now. Okay.
That was quick.
Sean, just curious.
He says Kai is death row. That's right, man.
So obviously, a lot of people talking about the grappling with this fight, and people noticed the stat leading in that in all your UFC fights, no one has ever attempted a submission against you.
Maybe because I've only fought men. I don't know.
Sure.
In other words, you haven't really fought a lot of Damian Maia, Khabib, or in this case, Khamzat types. He says he got the red one on too. Brainstyle says UFC 328 soon. Yup. He says he Damu in it. Steve Kelly Belly says I thought he had no chance against Adesanya. But here's the thing. Prior to that, we already saw Adesanya lose. We know that Adesanya can lose. We just didn't think that he could lose to other middleweights, in particular Sean Strickland. But this is a different animal. This is a guy that has a whole lot more arsenal behind him. MMA Dewey says, by the way, Khamzat's name is pronounced Khamzat. Okay, Khamzat, right. Kind of like Hamza, but obviously Khamzat is the Slavic Russian pronunciation of Hamza, right? Kind of like Hamza Shiraz, right? So basically him and Hamza Shiraz have the same name, just different cultural pronunciations behind it. Evil Monkey says, DDP said in an interview that Sean is stronger than Chimaev. Do you agree with that? I don't. No, I don't agree with that at all. I think that Sean Strickland, I think that he seems strong because of his technique. Like, you could really come across as strong with the right technique. You know what I mean? But in reality, you know, yeah, he says Adesanya was fighting too much. He got caught. Correct. I think that's really what it was, right? Like, he just, you know, was overburning himself out, right? And so, you know, his optimal state of arousal was just not there. Savachi Financial says strength is one thing, knowing how to put your weight on people is different. Correct. And I mean, you know, that is interesting for DDP to say that. That is interesting for DDP to say that, right? I think the type of wrestling that Khamzat had to put on Dricus, I think absolutely made Dricus and Khamzat, both of them, tired, right? So I'm not saying tired, but fatigued enough to where just a certain level of your strength goes down. I think that has a factor into it, right? Sean only seems stronger because he has a good reserve amount of energy, right? The way that he fights, like, this is not tiring to do this. Just jabbing and teeping all day. It's not, and then he's not really like, you know, an elusive plotter or anything like that. Like, he's not, you know, the type of dude that, you know, dodges in and out or anything like that. He's a very plotty type of fighter, right? So yeah, man. So he's able to reserve a lot of his energy. He says all these dudes get tired. Right. He says, facts. It's all about positioning when it comes to grappling. He says, yeah, he has some subtle techniques. Right. He has endurance and pace. The only reason why Sean has endurance and pace is because he knows how to not overextend himself. Now, Khamzat's style is absolute overextension. Okay? It is absolute overextension. What he did with Kevin Holland, that was extreme overextension, meaning that he was really trying to overextend himself to the point where he knew that he was going to be in a very exhaustive state or at least go for a finish. So it's like a do or die type of thing. Now that is why I say it's going to take Khamzat a little bit longer for him to get Sean in a very precarious position, right? He has to work a little bit, and then even in between that, have to conserve a lot of his energy in a way that he didn't have to in the Kevin Holland fight, because he knew straight away he was going to take that. He says, turquoise and hair. Okay. Evil Monkey says, yeah, DDP was definitely salty. LOL. Yeah. He was definitely salty. Of course he's going to big up Sean, right? You know, he beat Sean. A little industry advice for a lot of you fighters out here, right? Never talk down to your opponent unless you really hate them, and then if there's real personal beef there, you always want your opponent to look good, because you want that win to mean something.
Does that surprise you at all, or like, did you know that stat?
I mean, dude, submissions are fucking gay, dude. It's like, they're fucking gay. Like, I'm sad that I have to potentially deal with a guy who wants to dry hump my leg. It's but I'm also never really in a position to for guys to do submissions, right? Like, I don't want to go on my back, you know. I'm not into that shit.
What would mean more to you, this title win or your?
But you're going to have to. So once again, his arrogance is going to get the best of him. So what are you talking about? You're not working on any ground positions. You know how weird that is? By the way, let's go back to an old school New Jersey fight that took place at UFC 110 with Dan Hardy and GSP. You want to know what Dan Hardy did to get ready for that fight? He went to Matt Serra's gym. Every position that he was on his back and working his way back up, because he knew that fighting a guy like GSP, he was going to get put on his back. I don't know, man. You know, I mean, obviously Dan Hardy lost that fight, but at that time, he did way better than everybody else that fought GSP. Then again, everybody went to a decision with GSP.
Your victory over Israel Adesanya.
Oh, man, you know, dude, let me tell you guys, I don't like living the past. You know, I'm always a forward, must move forward kind of guy. You know, it was dope, but, you know, a W is a W, an L is an L. I think with Chimaev, it's more of like just a kind of a score to settle, you know, because we train. I think I fuck you up. You think you fuck me up. And it's like, it's really like, we just get to find out who.
Would you want your title reign to be different compared to the first time? Like, obviously, you weren't able to defend it. You had a pretty quick turnaround. Is things going to be different this time around?
No, dude, are you kidding me? I want a quick turnaround always, dude. I'm not fucking Chimaev. I'm not going to go home and fucking suck off a dictator for a year and live in fame, dude. I want to go fucking fight, dog. I want to make money.
Do you think Nasruddin Imavov is the top contender?
Oh, yeah, Nasruddin. I mean, I guess, is he the top contender now? I guess so. I mean, you know, the angry Muslim. I guess so. We'll find another angry Muslim. Swear to God, to the UFC, like, I wonder if the UFC wakes up and says, I want to actively ruin this sport. You know, let's go get the most unlikable pieces of shit and, like, let's put him in the UFC. Like, fuck Tank Abbott, fuck Matt Hughes. Like, let's just go and get the most unlikable motherfuckers, dude. I mean, I told you a story, but
this is not professional wrestling. Okay, this is not like, all right, let's go get a whole bunch of Hulk Hogans. Let's go get a bunch of, The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, who wears skirts. Let's go get a whole bunch of Umagas, a whole bunch of Kanes and Undertakers, a whole bunch of entertaining people. No, this is a legitimate sport. Yes, there's elements of this sport that has pro wrestling promotion influence behind it, but that's where it stops. Okay, it's a real sport by the end of the day, and when you're dealing with a real sport, you want the best guys to come and compete. That's just what it really comes down to. MMA Doey says, good stream, nice meeting you. I'm gonna go to sleep. Almost one. See ya. Amen. Shout out to you, my man. And don't forget to watch the rest of this tomorrow on the parts that you may have missed, because you never know when I'm gonna end up crashing out in this live stream. And inshallah, man, I hope that you do run across that gym so that I can meet you there. And remember, I don't know what you look like. You know what I look like. Don't be don't be shy to say hi if you run across me in that gym. All right, I would love to hear from you. Then next thing you know, you're going to have a bunch of FBI agents right now being sent over there to pose as you. Hey, remember MMA Doey? I'm that guy. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, wait a minute, you're a white dude from the Midwest. You're a federal agent. Okay, anyways, yeah, he says this nigga's a late night talk show. I mean, I'm a show that comes on whenever I can. You know what I mean? I try to stay consistent, which I do. Obviously, you look at my track record of the live streams that I do. I'm doing it almost every day or every other day, but being very consistent at it, right? But yeah, I don't really have a designated time. You know what I mean? Because I probably would not be able to fulfill those designated times. But yeah, David Letterman, man, shout out to him on that one.
I think I made a joke on Islam. I try to lay off of it because I have a lot of Muslim buddies. So even though it's really hard for me not to, I try not to because I'll have Muslim guys kind of be like, Sean, you met my mom, you met my sister, you met my kid, and you're sitting there talking shit on my religion. I'm like, God damn it, dude. But maybe that's your sign, right? Are there any Christians in the room? Are there any Christians? I can make fun of Christ all day long, and you guys would be like, well, you're going to hell, but good luck. But maybe that's your sign. But I try not to go too hard on Islam these days, just for the sake of my friends. But it made me laugh because he said something. He said something like Ali Ali Akbar to a tweet or something I did. And I was like, bro, remember with Charlie Hebdo? You remember that? Remember that when you fucking piece of shit went there and murdered that fucking guy in France? Did you post about him? Did you condemn that? It's at the end of the day, these guys, even Shemaev said, well,
Look, here's the thing about it, right? What do I need to, condemn that for? You know what I mean? Better that you warn. I'll give you an example, right? There's this guy that I know in England, boxer, Tommy Jacobs, right? He's going into this whole anti-Muslim thing right now, right? I said, hey, listen, you know what? You can say what you want to say. We have freedom of speech in America. You don't have freedom of speech in England. But if you want to debate me on the Islamic practices and the Islamic lifestyle, let's go debate. Right? I have no problem debating and flexing my intellectual discourse in that. But you got to understand, you live in England, okay? And you're talking smack about Muslims. And then on top of that, you have a public, you got a public profile where people know your kids, people know your wife or ex-wife, people know the people in your gym, people know your parents. This is a very dangerous game that you're playing, right? So I don't know, man. Even with the little hat people, right? There's a very limited amount of things that I would say about them, knowing that, there are reprisals that come with that. You know what I mean? So if you know that there are reprisals to Charlie Hebdo, why do it? He says, come on, just say whether you think it was extreme or not. Obviously it was, right? This is what I told you, Stephen Kelly Belly, right? With the example of, that buddy of mine, Tommy Jacobs in England, right? I warned him, yo, bro, listen, say what you want to say about Islam. I'll debate you on it. But just know you're in England where there are very dangerous Muslims that live there. Okay, now I may not be the guy to go out there and commit extreme acts, nor would I even go out of my way to praise it or encourage it or incite it in any kind of way. But you need to understand that those people exist. And, it's like what Whack 100 said to that Mexican. He said to him, the police only come after the fact. And there are many people around our community that are willing to act on irrational decisions. So you think that the law can protect you? You think that because we have guaranteed freedom of speech that violence can't come your way? Stephen Kelly Belly says, kind of nice not to have, okay. Elliot says, damn, kid said England has taken over. He says, why no mustache? It's Suna. Evil Monkey says, Jenny Elliott, what are you trying to do? Yeah, I don't understand what that's about, but yeah.
And Muslim community, to your Muslim community, bro, you guys are like, if that's your Muslim community, that you have to jump somebody or go murder someone for freedom of speech, like you have a serious fucking problem, and that is why you.
Yeah, every group does it. Every group does it. I mean, every group will attack you for saying X, Y, and Z about their group. Muslims are not exclusive to this. Elliot says, you know what it is. Okay.
UFC, bring these fuckers in, fight or not. You just like, you make the sport almost unwatchable because you're bringing these people that are not compatible with America, that Americans don't give a fuck about. They don't understand America. They can never be an American. So it's one of those like shitty things where it's like the UFC will just keep doing it. But I mean, at some point, I don't give a fuck about it.
Stephen Kelly Bella says the amount of Christians losing their mind with AI Jesus is pretty insane. Are you talking about the Trump picture? Okay, Evil Monkey is saying to Elliot, I know you're a weirdo. Okay. Evil Monkey says, you guys don't even respect Jesus. As Muslims, Muslims definitely respect Jesus, right? It's the, it's crazy. There are people out there that hate Islam, right? They want to preserve, the greatness of the West or of some sort, but they go out there and they desecrate Jesus in some kind of way. He says, as Christians. Okay. He says, no, just trying to get advice that ways. Okay, gotcha.
Tenacity.
If you were in a crash, do not sign anything from the insurance company yet. Look what came.
No, lastly from me, I see obviously like the odds makers have you like a 5-1 underdog, but I see a lot of fighters like the likes of Joe Rogan talking about how you're built for this fight and you have the skill set to win. What's the difference between what all those people are seeing and what the betting public is seeing?
Jemiah's best chance, it's not going to be grappling. It's going to be maybe if he slips right and does an overhand or something, or if he gets lucky. But it's like at the end of the day, guys, you could bring the best grappler in the fucking world and you could have us grapple for an hour. I will.
Yes, that's true, Elliot. So many religions are related. You're absolutely right about that.
Win. I will win. All I fucking do is grapple. Because what do you guys think? The reason why I don't post grappling is because it's fucking gay. I could go show me and Michelle trying to give each other CTE, and that's great. Do you really want to see me and two guys in the missionary position? Just like, it's fucking gay, dude. I don't want to do it.
All right, fair enough, right? I always wondered about Sean's grappling training, right? Obviously, he doesn't post it. Okay, fair enough. So we just don't know enough about his grappling. We know that he grapples. It's just not something that he posts because he doesn't find it to be, a very attractive training footage. I get it. It's like, this is kind of what I say, right? Like, why is it that some people, think that it's somehow psychotic to go post your own workouts or whatever? Well, it's because nobody really wants to go see you do curls all day. But when I do a training footage, right, I'm doing box jumps, I'm doing all types of things that's action-packed and all of that, right? So, yeah, man, I kind of understand what Sean is saying, right? There's some workouts that are just not worth, they're not worth, filming in some kind of, just like, I don't know, like, I mean, unless I'm swimming in an ocean or something, like, I'm not gonna, post a video of me swimming laps for, or actually I have, but that was because I was doing an IRL stream while I was doing the training. But yeah, he says behind the scene workouts. Evil Monkey says Tyara versus Van, who you got? You know what, man? As much as I love Joshua Van, I love that he puts it on for the Asian boys, in Houston, right? I really like him a lot, but man, I think Tyara is just, I think he's a much more well-rounded fighter than Joshua Van. So I think that Tyara is going to edge this one out. Plus, they have a very common opponent in Brandon Royval. And seeing those two fights, I favor Tyara, just based off of how they both did against Brandon Royval. Drizzy Goat says, good card this week, bro. I'm feeling Khamzat, Van, Buckley, Costa, King Green. Do you agree? Except for the Van part, right? I'm skeptical of that one. I want him to win, but I think Tyara is going to win. Right? Me wanting him to win versus me thinking he's going to win are two completely different things. Muhammad Hussein, shout out to you. Salam. Your beard is amazing. Following the Sunnah. Thank you, man. You didn't have to retract that statement, man. Thank you for that. But, you know, I read those comments before you could retract it anyway. So, Savachi Financial says beard gang. Yup. Evil Monkey says Brady might beat Buckley. He's oh yeah. I'm going with Brady on that one. Yeah, I'm going with Brady on that one. I don't think Buckley is going to be able to beat Brady. I think that his grappling is going to be too much, just like Khamzat's grappling is going to be too much. Gang, kang, gang, gang.
Sean, on the countdown, Eric referred to you as maybe the captain over at Extreme.
Gang, gang, all the way to Sean Strickland's do-rag.
So I guess what's camp been like, you know, with Francis preparing for his fight? Johnny just got his new...
He says Buckley going full monkey mode on him. He edges out a decision.
Fight. Did you say Francis, bro? You're not allowed to say that. You see that logo? Wait, where does this logo? You can't say that. Francis is not allowed to be talked about. It's too late now. Motherfucker. I actually tried to bring him to the PI to wrestle with us in the UFC. She's like, no, it was like, you can't do that. Like, what the fuck, dude? African man walked across the continent fucking barefoot, you know?
All right. Now, I got to be honest with you. I find that weird that the UFC did not want Francis Ngannou to go in there and help train Sean Strickland. Considering that, like, he was able to bring in Johnny Eblen, who, by the way, Johnny Eblen is a Bellator fighter, okay? So why is a Bellator fighter and Johnny Eblen allowed, but not Francis Ngannou? Why? Because you guys had a bad relationship with him? Like, it's kind of weird, right? Like, they allow... Look, as long as you're training with a UFC fighter, okay, and as long as you are there to help them with their camp, you are invited to the PI center, okay? You don't have to be in the UFC to be in the PI center. You just have to be in the corner of a UFC fighter. That's it. And for whatever reason, they just don't believe that Francis Ngannou qualifies as, as such. But yet you got Johnny Eblen in there, and that's probably why Sean Strickland had to bring in Johnny Eblen, is like, well, if I can't bring in Francis, then I'll bring in Johnny Eblen. Yet they're both PFL Bellator fighters. He says Murdoch versus Kang. Murdoch versus... oh, man, you're talking stuff that, none of these people, that only you and me, understand, man.
And you're just that fucking salty because he wanted to go make more money and better his life. Crazy, like. But, UFC's going to UFC. But no, dude, my camp's been great, Honestly, I hate training with Johnny. I truly hate training with Johnny Eblen. Like, it's, I go and I look at his sparring where he's just fucking beating up Brendan Allen, using him as a fucking piece of meat. I'm like, that'd be so nice. Can we get Brendan Allen here? Like, I want him as a training partner. Here I am training with Johnny, like world champion, like just having a fucking 5-round death match every day. I'm like, that'd be real nice. Who's the tougher spar between Francis and Alex? Oh, that's a hard one, dude.
Yuri, shout out to you. You're probably Russian. Let me know what part of the world you are from, Yuri. He says Strickland will shut up soon. No worries, brother. Savachi Financial says Strickland and Chimaev white on white crime. That's right. Jenny Elliott says who was the thick trainer that fought Dirt and ripped Sean's arm? He died, by the way. That guy died. He was a jiu-jitsu player. He was a Latino guy. I know who you're talking about, but yeah, he died. Should have been the White House main event. I think the reason why Sean Strickland and Khamzat are not at the White House is for a combination of reasons. Obviously, it would look very bad, even though Donald Trump was able to lift the sanctions off of Khamzat for not being able to come to America. Even though he was able to lift those sanctions, it would still be a political disaster if Ramzan Kadyrov was to either show up at the White House or somehow endorse the fight of Khamzat being at the White House, right? They didn't want it to. And then Sean Strickland, he's not very politically correct. They don't want to put Sean Strickland in front of a crowd full of Congress and military people, right? That was not the vibe that they were going for. So they're like, you know what, we're going to let you fight a couple of months early or a couple of weeks early, and then here you are. Elliot says, a good dirty fighter, RIP. Yes, Orlando Sanchez was the guy who did that to Sean's arm. Yes, Orlando Sanchez. Yes, rest in peace to the homie. Yes, he had died recently. What got him? Coke? Heart attack, I believe. You know what? Let's look that up, okay? Let's look that up while we have Sean Strickland fight.
Alex,
was it overdose? Let me confirm, okay?
This is where Alex is going to excel so much at heavyweights, because like heavyweights, they're fucking heavyweights. Alex is not a heavyweight. Alex is a 205er with a heavyweight build that could be heavyweight, and that's why you're going to see him succeed so much, because you're fighting lower competition. You're faster, you hit harder. So no, I think but then Francis is big and black, bro. I don't know, dude. If I had to pick who I had to fight, dude, I don't fucking know, dude.
Okay, so fentanyl. All right, that's crazy work, man. He says on fentanyl and meth, it says could also be a heart attack. Yeah, that's definitely what causes the heart attack. But yeah, I do remember when Sean Strickland got into it with that guy, and then just a couple of years later, we heard he passed away. Very sad.
But we already know how one went. I don't know, man. They both suck.
You mentioned just now. You said you have Muslim friends who say, "Why do you pick on them?" Right? Why not just keep the trash talk confined to the fighter himself and go instead of going beyond the country?
Well, let me tell you.
All right, so that's a very good question on that guy. Well, I mean, not a very good question, more like a normie question, right? Like, of course, I agree with him, right? In a reasonable context of things, I agree with him. Be like, you know what? What's the point of all this trash talking or saying this about one's religion or this and that? Well, what is the point, right? What is the point? But in the world of fighting, I'm actually kind of glad that Sean Strickland is doing this, because guess what? We as Muslims, we're confident, not only confident, but also very secure with our religion. We know what it is, so he can say whatever he wants, but at the same time, it's entertaining and it brings asses in seats, and ultimately that is what we are all here for. Elliot says, when we like to party, we party hard, fun at that. Yeah. That is in reference to Orlando Sanchez and his overdose, obviously.
He kind of made that about that. He was the one that says this white guy, this American, like he kind of made that realm of, the first time I met, again, funny joke, he joked about being a fucking terrorist. Literally the first time I met the guy, he's like, oh, I'm a terrorist, man. I didn't say that, motherfucker. But no, you know what it is, dude? We live in a world right now.
All right, so before Sean Strickland gives you his take on the world, you know what it is, guys? You know what? These little hot takes that Sean Strickland has while he ponders upon deep thinking thoughts or whatever. But all right, so that's interesting, right? A lot of people are not going to pick up on that last thing that Sean Strickland said, right? Nor will they even make note of it in any kind of way. Sean Strickland said the first time he met Khamzat Chimaev, he joked about being a terrorist. Okay? Now, here's the thing, right? I would never joke about that here with you guys online. Okay? This is not something I would do. I would not joke with you about that. In real life, though, I have joked like that with people, close friends, though, not with like a bunch of strangers where out of nowhere now they're just gonna call, the FBI on me for, making silly statements like that. But yeah, to my friends or people that I'm very close with or people that I'm very comfortable with, right? Or people that I have very comfortable conversations with, I've joked about these types of things. But at the same time, to saying it to a non-Muslim, I think he's sort of like trying to erase the power of that word, kind of like the N word, right? The N word was a very negative connotation for a while, but they decided, you know what, we're gonna run with that word and use it as a term of endearment. He says, "Damn," he says, "what it is though with other Muslims, yeah."
Where we're being like forced to conform to ideologies and beliefs that don't fit America. Like even look at these small.
By the way, guys, listen. I'm gonna let him continue on with this, but first, before I react to this, I want to say this. I agree with him. Islam is not compatible with America. I need you guys to understand it before I let Sean talk here, right? Islam is not compatible with America, and I have no apologies saying that whatsoever, and I'm going to elaborate after Sean says what he's about to say right here.
Somali communities that come and just don't fit them, being like forced to conform to ideologies and beliefs that don't fit America. Like even look at these Somali communities that come and just defraud the government. We are being forced right now, as someone who built the Western world, who is a beacon of hope and freedom. Like the rest of the world models themselves off America, and we're being forced to import these third world motherfuckers that have really no right or beliefs or identity as America. And they don't come and they don't merge. They're not a melting pot. They don't come and say, you know what, man, I love freedom of speech. Draw any picture of Muhammad you want. Like they don't do that. They come here and they act.
Here's the thing, right? Why? Look, I can't stop you from doing what you do, right? But why would I want you, as a non-Muslim, to draw a picture of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, right? Why would I want that? Why would I even encourage that? In the name of what? Conforming to freedom of speech, in the name of conforming to the Constitution, right? So that's another thing, right? We do not hold the same values as Americans do. And they say that this is grounds for us to be deported. Well, here's the thing, right? We pay taxes like you. We go out and work hard and make a better life for ourselves and our family like you. Most of us don't break the laws. If we break the laws, there's consequences to follow that, right? But you cross that bridge when you get there. But for the most part, most Muslims, are a strong contributing part of society. So, I have my religion, you have yours. You could say that we're not compatible with the West. I happen to agree, but there's a reason why our laws and our religion are not compatible with the West. And I'm going to explain that right after I let Sean elaborate on this.
Actively try to change their country to our country. They try to change it to their country that they left. It fucking sucks. And it's just a damn shame that we have these.
Okay, shout outs to Wob 9099. He says, I wouldn't say that, especially in London, it's a mess here. Elaborate on that for me a little bit if you can, Wob. Let me know.
Fucking liberals that keep promoting that idea. If you want to go have Sharia law and you want to go cover up your wife and put her on a fucking towel and a blanket, go back to your shitty fucking country. We're not doing this shit in America. And
all right, so here's the thing about it, right? In America, you have high divorce rates. You have a lot of kids that grow up without fathers. By the way, a lot of bastards, okay? A lot of your friends, by the way, that you grew up with are bastards. You want to know what a bastard is? Somebody that was born out of wedlock, okay? If you were born out of wedlock, you are a bastard. We have a whole bunch of bastards in the whole United States right now, a whole bunch of bastards in the hood, a whole bunch of bastards in the suburbs, a whole bunch of bastards in the upper class elite society of America. right? A whole bunch of bastards. You know, in the 1950s, it was very shameful in white America for you to have um kids without being married, and yet, you know, here's a bunch of people in the hood just having kids left and right, right, with no structure behind it. I mean, this is the kind of society that you guys live in, and you're worried about us, having Muslims covering up, or for better yet, Muslim women that actually choose to cover up. I mean, yeah, man. Um, let's see here. Evil Monkey says, funny thing is that the same things they criticize and fear Muslims for, the Zionists and Jews do right under their nose. Very good point right there. He says, no slavery. Yeah, the English are weak. LOL. I've always thought that they were soft. They have a very undisciplined culture, right? They thrive on being undisciplined, right? This is indicative of some of the top fighters that you've seen gain weight in between camps, right? Paddy Pimblett, Ricky Hatton. You want to know why Ricky Hatton was so loved? Was because he was like everybody else. He always hung out in the pubs, a place, by the way, where a professional athlete should never, be at, but he wants to be one of the boys. He doesn't want to lose the image that he is the everyday guy. Same thing with Paddy. I ain't with none of that, man. I'm like, man, I'm an elite athlete. I'm not going to be up in here drinking with y'all, doing this with y'all. You know what I mean? I got my own thing going on. Cool. You guys got this thing going on. Cool. You got that going on. I got this going on. I ain't got nothing going on with none of what you got going on. I'm a professional athlete. I'm going to stay living a clean life, and that's that. But no, they want to be the everyday man. They want to be like everybody else. Right? So this is just kind of what I notice about English society. They have this obsession of being the everyday man from the pub. I ain't trying to be none of that, right? Even with Tom Aspinall, I kind of see this with him, right? Baddest man in the world, but yet he's worried about what a bunch of dumb little Garys think at a bar. Oh, I want to be one of the boys. I don't want to be a UK hype train. I want to take it nice and slow, take it nice and easy. I don't really want to go in there and go ahead of myself. Nah, man, you know what I mean? You're the baddest dude in the world. Act like it. He says, oh, okay. Cry about it then, LOL. Waab says, we have call of prayers with parts of London. Okay. Call of prayers where Transcend says, where do you live? Sacramento. Well, okay, so he says you can't go anywhere without purchasing halal meat. We have mosques doing this is all wrong. I mean, what's wrong with halal meat? So you don't want your meat to be prepared in a very healthy manner? I mean, that's just all what halal meat is. I mean, other than the fact that they bless it, but, if you're a non-religious person, what do you care, right? The secular side of it is that it's being prepared in a very healthy and very humane matter, right? Especially in a way that you kill a chicken, right? You cut it from its head, because if you cut it in a way where you shred it, you're just basically eating a chicken that is full of adrenaline, full of So Elliot says, I'm sure Arabs have some kind of wine. No, not really. I mean, there's something similar to that. There's a drink that is sweet of sugar that they have in Saudi Arabia, but yeah, it's non-alcoholic wine. But there's something that makes wine alcoholic, and then but there is some kind of wine, but it's non-alcoholic. They have Heron. No, that's more for Afghanistan. But yeah, Evil Monkey says also, who is telling you to purchase halal meat? I think what he's saying is that the options that they have become limited to where, if you go from a market that is nearby, the only one that is close by is halal meat of some sort. I think that's what he means.
Every proud Americans, white, black, Mexican, brown, you guys have to speak up, because these people are actively against everything we stand for as Americans.
See, there you go. Him right there. As I told you guys very early in the stream, this is what he's trying to do. He's trying to recruit Black, Hispanic, and non-Muslim Americans on his side.
Has anyone you ever trust or respected strongly suggested you cool down the rhetoric. There might be more opportunity, especially if you're a champion.
I don't give a fuck, dude. If Nike wants to come, give me a fucking. I mean, fuck Nike. You want to come, give me a logo as you go. Use little Chinese kids to make fucking shoes. Like, fuck these major companies. You don't want to sponsor me? Go fuck yourself. You're actually the problem, dude. Your DEI initiatives. Like, I don't give a fuck, dude. I don't need to be a rich man. I'm good. I can retire right now. I don't. What, an extra $1 million? Well, I don't give a fuck, dude. Keep your money, you fucking corporate scumbags.
Sean, obviously the security here is much more elevated.
Yeah.
Being followed around. When you left yesterday, the police are they state police? Who's following you?
Yeah, state police. I don't know. The state police, really good guys, dude. Really good guys.
I'm sure, but they're finishing up with media. Sean's on the
Snitch.
move.
Yeah.
Is this amusing to you?
Let me tell you guys, it's not the first fight where I had security. I think I've had a couple fights where I've had security. This is probably the highest security. But again, I don't think there really is a problem with me and Chimaev. Like, if me and Chimaev were here right now, we're not going to fight, obviously. We're going to fucking fight Saturday.
So once again, you made all that fuss for nothing. Again, this is the theme of this whole entire fight. It's all a whole big fuss for nothing. Hey, I'm all for it. Makes the buzz of this fight bigger. The fight week of this whole entire buzz is bigger. Just the excitement, the anticipation, it's even bigger. Sure. But I'm telling you right now, this is what you're going to expect out of Sean Strickland. He's not even going to try. And not only is he not going to try, he's also not going to do the things that he said he was going to do, like shoot a bunch of Chechens. That's not going to happen. He says, it's a show, buddy. Yep. That's a good way of doing it. Evil Monkey says, Sean be trying too hard sometimes. Facts. Wob says, are you going to explain the halal process? How is the animal killed? So they have to cut the neck, because when you cut the neck, you're actually preventing a high adrenaline rush, right? Because you don't want to eat a chicken or a meat that has high adrenaline when it was killed, because ultimately it can affect your personality in a very negative way. And there will be scientific backings that will vouch for that, I would imagine. The jugular, yes.
But this goes back to his point. Chimaev will come and he has to bring 30 fucking fanatical Chechens, and they cannot be trusted because they are not compatible with us. So why do we have security? We have security because we've somehow let these fucking savages come to our country, and he brings a 30-man entourage. And I have to be in America. And New Jersey, by the way, is a piece of shit state. No offense, New Jersey. There's no stand your ground, no concealed carry. It's real fucking bad here. But as an American, I have to be here. Like, hey, there are 30 third world country motherfuckers that won't fight alone, that are walking around real fucking stabby. Like, if this proves my point more than anything, I don't know what else does.
Have you been able to kind of explore it all, or are you interested in going anywhere, or that kind of thing? How much has this kind of affected your...
No, I actually love it, man. It's way more quiet, I don't get people harassing me. Usually, especially title fights, it's I always go the extra mile, fans. If any fan comes up to me, doesn't matter, I always go the extra mile. So it's kind of nice just not having to do that, And I love fans, but title fights, there's a different level of people that show up. They're more into the UFC, so it's kind of nice to be able to zone out a little bit more.
You said this is a little more elevated than it's been in the past. What are some other times, I guess, where you did have a little bit of security with you?
Oh, I think when I hit that guy in Australia. Love tap. By the way, we gotta find that guy and give him a shirt or a ticket, dude. Bring that motherfucker in. I mean, he didn't come up and say he didn't press charge. It was more like a love tap. It was more like a love tap. I won't say hit, but no, I think usually with security, they just know that I'm volatile. And I want to say I'm volatile. I hit people that deserve to get hit. I'm not going to go out there and just attack you or attack him. But if a motherfucker needs to get hit, I'm going to hit him. And I don't give a fuck. I'll take my assault charge. I'll go spend a couple months in jail. I don't give a fuck, So I think the UFC is just more cautious because they know that I will hit a motherfucker. Chechen or not, 30 of them or 20 of them or 2 of them, I will hit them.
Do you really think anything is going to happen between now and fight night?
No, I know, of course not. But I mean, how much money is UFC invested in this? If one one fuck up, and next thing you know, they lose fucking, millions of dollars. So I think right now they're just trying to protect their investment. But I think everything is fine.
Selling wolf tickets, bro. Straight selling wolf tickets. You selling wolf tickets, Sean. Everything is fine. Look, if it wasn't fine, okay, if you were saying all of what you were saying in the pre-fight interview last week during the 1 week before the fight week open workout media scrum, I mean, he made it seem like, oh, we're going to get into some gangster shit or this and that. And I mean, not in those words, but obviously within that context. And here it is, man. Transcendent says it's a show, bro. LOL. He's trying to get people to watch. No, I agree. I understand, bro. I grew up around professional wrestling. I've done, plays like that myself here on YouTube. So I kind of understand what you mean. This is like watching a kid find out Santa isn't real. You believe that, but if you want to believe that, all right.
Sean, the talk is that Chimaev is going to move up to light heavyweight after he beats you. If you win, do you think he stays and chases that rematch? Yeah, no, I don't know. I think he would. I think light heavyweight's probably significantly easier to.
All right. So here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. If you're selling the show, stay there. Okay, don't break kayfabe. That's all I'm saying. This is breaking kayfabe is what I'm saying. He's breaking kayfabe. You guys, for those of you that are pro wrestling aficionados, you understand what the word kayfabe means. Sean Strickland was breaking kayfabe by doing that. He says no ish. LOL. The point is that it makes you look goofy and pussy after talking all of that ish, even if you're selling it. Right. Because look, you're either, don't ever, look, man, Josh Hockett, I think, does it kind of perfectly, right? Because he never reveals to you his secret. He never reveals to you, all right, well, this is what I'm going to do, right? He never reveals to you, but this is a revelation from Sean Strickland.
Vision right now than the middleweight. I mean, fuck, I should move up to light heavyweight. It'd be way easier than fucking middleweights. It's kind of like, again, there's something with like, and this is a known thing in the industry, there's a skill gap as you go up. So I'll give you an example. I'll coach a lot of guys and I'll help a lot of guys. So I'll go and like coach the little guys, the 45ers, the 55ers. And sometimes I'm watching these guys and I'm like, you are doing everything perfect. You're checking kicks, you're punching, your volume, you're shooting. Like, you are doing everything perfect. I have nothing to say to you, right? And then I'll go watch a heavyweight guy, and I'm like, dude, you're leaning back, you're
Trent said, just like Colby Covington, it got people to watch. People wanted to see him lose. And then he later broke kayfabe.
Dropping your fucking punch, you're doing like, I could watch a heavyweight fight, and there's a million things wrong. So it's a known thing that there is a skill gap between smaller guys and bigger guys. So it's kind of smart, I just got to go and I can't tell you how many Tom Aspinall, I smaller Tom Aspinall. Maybe I can fight this guy. I can fight this guy. He's big, but I can fight him. But yeah, so I think a lot of guys moving up, they're realizing it's just an easier time moving up. That being said, is there a time where you move up to light heavyweight? I mean, maybe if I want to, enjoy life a little bit more. I'm trying to think of all the light heavyweights I've sparred. Ankalaev, dude, Ankalaev would be a fucking fight. Ankalaev, I think, beats Chimaev any day of the week. So Ankalaev will probably be the next champion, hands down. I mean, it's crazy that Alex, like, that's how you know that you deserve your ranking and you are a champion because you beat Ankalaev. Ankalaev is probably one of the best 205ers I've ever sparred. Thank you. That's it. All right, guys. Have a good one. There, this fucking guy. You trying to race bait me? Motherfucker. Let's talk about fucking Muslims.
Sean, first of all, he wasn't trying to race bait you, okay? Like, you're the one that brought it up. So as a responsible journalist that he is, he has to bring it up. I mean, like, what did you not understand about that? Like, well, I don't understand what you did not understand about that. He has to, yeah, man, he has to do that. Like, you do understand that, right? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Some weird stuff. All right, let's get to Shemayev's part.
Hey, you little milk guzzler. Mom's boob is sore. Good thing Amazon helped that.
Well, Khamzat, they've been trying to keep you guys away from each other. You have security everywhere you go. Have you seen Sean Strickland at all this week?
No, no. Some boys said they see him like running away from hotel fast after the media. The guy who said like he gonna shoot me, he gonna do this, that, and I don't know why he's still at the other hotels. And he was thinking like, no one gonna control me. And the guy is not here. We control this guy.
Do you feel, what made you post the sparring footage yesterday, by the way? Why did you post that?
No, just I find old videos and stuff, just post that. Because he's saying like, I spar only weak people, And on the video, we spar easy, like just touch sparring. It's not like 100% like usually I do. I like, because he said he doesn't want to spar hard. And when I started to hit hard, he was coaching like, Coach Eric, this guy is starting to punch hard. Like he had some problems with his coach Eric too.
Why do we shave the mustache? It's so that we can differentiate ourselves from other people, because during the time of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, many religious men, priests, rabbis, all had beards, right? So they all had beards that resembled or indicated that they were part of a certain religion, obviously, right? But when we shave our mustache, it signifies that we are Muslims, right? So it's a way to self-identify each other.
Because I was punching him hard, and he was always calling him like, can you stop this guy?
I agree, Evil Monkey. Yes, Evil Monkey says, I prefer no mustache. It's cleaner. I agree.
Yeah, but this guy lies so much, brother. It's crazy.
You say he's lying?
Ask the people who's been in the gym. Ask his friends is there. If the guess is real, they're gonna answer for that.
What is more important to you right now, right? Because you represent Chechnya and you want to take your belt back to your country for the people there. But also, Sean's not being very nice about your country and some of the people there. Which is more important to you, to take the belt home or to silence Sean?
What did you say?
Is it more important to you to win this title and defend the belt, or is it more important to you to beat Sean Strickland?
Doesn't matter for me. I just came here to work, but I just make money, beat somebody. And if it's Sean, it's Sean. If it's not Sean, we're gonna beat somebody else.
Yeah, I agree. Elliot says that's fair. I feel like you would have to be religious to like it, though. Correct. Yeah, it's a niche.
Oh, I don't care about that shit, He's doing his clown shit, so why should I care about it? And if it's gonna come the belt, if God wills, we're gonna have this Saturday the belt and go back home. Should be happy.
To let everyone know, if tomorrow at the press conference they say let's do a face-off, are you happy to do a face-off, or do you think maybe it's better to just wait until fight night?
Ginjor says it's an awful fighting style that doesn't work in real life, because you would just bit their finger off. It's killing the UFC. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. You may not really understand fighting all that well.
I'm happy to die, but why should I not face off that guy, man? So I'm happy to fight. I'm happy to face off. Why should not?
Khamzat right over here. On the Jackson podcast, you said you don't care if you leave the UFC undefeated and that you just want to go and do big things. Do you think there's any big things left for you at middleweight after this fight, or are the big things only at light heavyweight?
I don't think so, but still, Sean, not big thing for me, because the guy I beat before, I did all 5 rounds. I took from guy I win all 5 rounds and with Duplessis, and he beats him twice, bro. if I stay there, if I beat Sean, then Imamo getting beat on Sean. So what's the point? We just going like Russian roulette, just roll. No, you just wanna go.
Elliot says, teeth work well for that watch, Baki. What do you mean by that? Keyword is mixed.
Big fights. Alex Pereira, if you're gonna lose, you're gonna come down. He's big fight too, big name. If he not, I go to heavyweight, but maybe there as well. I need big names, big money. So I came here to do some big things, and just not stay here like take the easy fights.
So you're saying you're willing to even go up to heavyweight for a big fight if the opportunity is there?
Of course, for sure.
So you have a group of young guys that have been with you, Bysangor, Yusuf, Ansar. What is it like being the leader of these guys, and what is it like training and bringing up these young guys from Chechnya?
I don't try to be a leader of anyone, just all of
Victory says, I just rewatched the Fluffy fight. Sean looked good, but Fluffy isn't anywhere close to Khamzat. Correct, right? So if you're indicating this fight in any shape, way, or form to compare it to Fluffy in comparison to Khamzat, man, it's not a good comparison, man. It's a completely different animal. Transcendo says, why so offended? LOL, Elliot, he has his opinion and you have yours. Okay. Victory says, Sean will be lucky if he makes it out in a second. I'm calling Khamzat in 2 rounds. You know what? A lot of people are calling very early rounds, right? I disagree. I think he may have to cook him a little bit, but you know what, man? I could understand and see why you say that, because he says huge upset inbound. Spider-Man says, okay, well, that could very well be. Either way, I will be here all for it. So
he has some instincts like alpha wolf, so
look, do I think that there is going to come a time where Khamzat Chimaev experiences a Ronda Rousey, Holly Holmes moment, or Mike Tyson, Buster Douglas moment? Absolutely. I think that time is coming, right? Well, not for a long time, though. Not for a long time. Victory says, I think the DDP fight reaction is going to give him urgency to finish. I don't think Sean Strickland has the grappling strength or grip that Dricus du Plessis has. That's what I think, right? And I think that is where the opening for submissions Khamzat Chimaev is going to have. And then he's already submitted him multiple times in practice already. He kind of knows how to brace himself for that type of positioning, or how to get himself in those transitions, positions, and scramble positions in order to catch Sean at a very vulnerable area. Elliot says, when I hear DDP, I think Diamond Dallas Page. Correct, yes. But that's kind of brilliant marketing for DDP to do that, right? Considering that there's a lot of MMA fans that were former wrestling fans, and they can kind of, sort of correlate the two names together. Don't Get Offended says, I would bet my life savings Strickland wins. I highly doubt you would do that, man. I doubt you would do that. I doubt you would bet your whole entire mortgage, your whole entire house on Strickland. I highly doubt that. And it would probably be the worst bet of your life, because you would be betting based on emotional fallacy. Think about this, right? Sean Strickland, and anybody that supports him or thinks that he's going to win this fight, is just talking out of emotional fallacy. Victory says, I won't be surprised if Khamzat knocks him out. Luke said Khamzat has heavy power in his hands. Oh, well, you asked Gerald Mershad. Obviously, Gerald Mershad had a few things to say about that, or, experienced it rather. Elliot says, if they have betting, don't bet. Ginger says, this Chimaev is responsible for 2 worst fights I've ever seen. In Allah's name, send him to the shadow realm. Dang, bro. But you know what, man? Listen, in MMA, you can't have every fight exciting. You're not going to finish every guy. You know what I mean? That's just not realistic in MMA, especially not at the highest level. Don't Get Offended says 37 versus 15 and 0. He almost has double digits in his fights, and he has so much more experience. Damien says demurrage in here for sure. Demurrage? I don't know what you mean by that. Transcendio says it's a fight. Anything can happen. Let's not forget Khamzat got hurt by Burns, and I like Chimaev. But you also have to understand Khamzat Chimaev was fasting for Ramadan during that time. Ginger says he's a garbage human like Khabib too, who continues to promote scams. By the way, there's a video out on that right now. You know, but hey, man, listen, you guys go get your money. I'm not going to go make a video like that. I will watch it, though.
And just good to be with them, good energy. The guy is crazy, talented, hard workers, like me. So that's why I'm happy to work with them and be.
He says in the Burns fight was at 70. Khamzat was super depleted. Yup.
With them, help them, they help me. Yeah.
You've had Khalil Roundtree.
He says Sean doesn't have KO power. That's right. He says, what's up, Boars? Shout out to you, Warthog. Shout out to you. He's a volume guy. He is, man.
With you for this entire camp, he said that if you moved up to light heavyweight, it'd be an issue. What is it like to kind of have been training with him and get that praise from him that if you were to move up to light heavyweight, he thinks you'd kind of just beat everyone up?
Transcendo says he took the fight, though, signed the contract, no excuses. Evil Monkey says Sean is the Max Holloway at 185. Okay. I could get behind that comparison. Don't Get Offended says, just like most pro fighters say, he doesn't have KO power, but it's hard to hit him like he has incredible defense. For sure. For sure, he does.
No, I'm never going to fight Khalil, but I can fight. If I'm brother with you, I'm real brother. I don't do that bullshit things like Sean does, you know. You call your brother one day and second day he fights you, and this is kind of, I can't do that shit, you know. I want to be real.
Khamzat over here. There's obviously this added security that we talked about. We've seen there's uniform police.
Victory says, yeah, very true. His defense is good and he has an awkward style. Yup.
Police officers following you around. Is it amusing at all that this is kind of happening? Do you think it's necessary?
No, for me, it's just no problem. I'm from Chechnya, and in Chechnya, in every 100 meters, you know, I see military with the Kalashnikov, so I don't care about how much security, how much these people around here, so it's for Sean's safety, you know.
No, I mean, obviously, yes, this is not to the high degree of that, but...
Elliot says, reminds me of the Key and Real skit. Says, only way Sean beats Khamzat. Evil Monkey says, only way Sean beats Khamzat is if Khamzat tries to strike with him and he gets caught with a flurry of punches. You know, people forget, man, Khamzat Chimaev not only has very good striking, very crisp striking, but he's got knockout power as well. He says, Burns has no power, LOL, Transcendio says.
Is it just kind of funny that they're doing something a little different this week than normal? Or, I mean, do you get why the UFC is doing it?
Ask Dan. I'm not UFC. I'm just UFC fighter, man.
You know, you mentioned there about potentially going to heavyweight. Do you watch like those guys in the heavyweight division and sort of see like, because a lot of people say that that's maybe one of the weaker divisions at the moment. Do you watch those bigger guys and go like, yeah, I would fancy it against them?
On the feet. I agree, bro. You know what? He boxes very similar to Dmitry Bivol, right? They have that inside, outside, foot patterns going on in a very bouncy style to him. Yeah, it's very, Dmitry Bivol-like.
Of course, I was being trained with heavy guys, so I train most of my time with Alexander Gustafsson, Jimmy Manoa, Gokhan Saki from the beginning of my career. and I was fighting 170. I train with them, spar with them, so for me never been problem with weights. You know? So I like to eat, and I will find indication.
Did you see Conor McGregor's message about how you and Sean are fighting for? He said it was his belt. Did you see that? What's your response?
His belt. He lost his belt 10 years ago. So I don't know. This guy should come off a little bit drugs and he's, what is this, purple something he drinking all the time. So get back to normal work and let's fight. And I don't care boxing. I told I do for boxing. People think I'm just a wrestler. I don't need to use my just boxing. I'm MMA fighter. If I go to the boxing, I'm gonna show my boxing too.
So you're talking about boxing, you're talking about moving to heavyweight. You also are going to be wrestling later this year. Will you wrestle Kyle Snyder?
If the good pays good, sure. But no easy money. I don't go to that kind of match. So if I want to wrestle like Olympic champs, I'm gonna go Olympic Games. Pretty. So it's one of the opportunity too.
Going off of that, we spoke with one of your coaches, Alan, and he said after signing with RAF, maybe you could represent the UAE in the Olympic Games. Is that something you would be interested in?
Yeah, of course. We gotta see. For sure right now, and just focus on this fight, and hopefully get back to Abu Dhabi, fight there. Then after that, we will think about it.
How would an Olympic gold medal compare to winning a UFC championship?
I don't know. Just I'm trying to get the fan, have a fan with my life. You know, just compete with someone. It will be hard to get the gold. You gotta work for that, and a lot of good guys over there in my way too.
Хамзат, привет. Ты очень уверен в себе, понятно, ты идешь большим фаворитом в этом бою, но есть в техническом арсенале Шона хоть что-то, хоть один какой-то момент, в чем он сильнее тебя, по твоему мнению?
You're very confident in yourself. You're obviously a favorite in this fight, but is there anything in Sean's arsenal that for you potentially could present danger?
Я не знаю вообще, но посмотрим бою. Если есть, посмотрим. Буду рад, если он может что-то показать. Чем тяжелый бой, тем лучше для меня, тем лучше я остановлюсь.
Let me read some of these comments right here real quick. Okay. Elliot says, how much does he weigh? 180? 185. Well, yeah, this is a 185 fight. Fareed says Boars. Transcend says, I think Khamzat wins, but anything can happen also if he wins again, like he did with DDP, his stock drops. Yeah. Fareed says, this man's about to eat through Sean. Evil Monkey says, Khamzat striking is good, but sometimes I think he feels invincible, like he can't get hurt in the feet. And we've seen DDP, Usman, Burns hit him very easily. Yes, including Powhatan as well. Elliot says he's natural 180. He's going to have problems. He's going to be extremely dangerous. He's going to run over Sean. Yes, I completely agree with that notion 100%. Yes.
I'm not sure. I guess the fight will have to show. We'll see in the fight. I'll be very happy if he shows me something that I'm surprised. The harder the fight, the better for me, because I can show myself and my best skills.
По поводу охраны в отеле, в лобби дежурит полиция. Байсангур сказал, что на ваших с ним этажах уже дежурят охранники. Как это влияет на твою подготовку каким-либо образом? В плане, может, вы должны подстраиваться и сообщать охране заранее, или наоборот, охрана подстраивается под вас? Как это вообще технически происходит, или вы просто их не замечаете?
Regarding the heightened security, I was talking to Baisangur earlier. He said that not only around the hotel, but also on your floors, there's security. Does that affect this week in any way? Do you have to, for instance, let them know your movements and stuff like that? Does it affect you in any way at all?
No, the guys, security guys, been always like in other fights. I know some of them, fighting many times, but why should they control us? Why should we control them? We just doing our thing, they doing their thing.
Нет, ничего особого, ребята, я уже их знаю, на других боях они тоже присутствовали, то есть они нас не контролируют, мы их не контролируем, они занимаются своей работой, мы занимаемся своей работой.
Хамзат, попрошу тебя на русском ответить. Болельщики сейчас очень спорят, каким образом завершится этот бой, учитывая весь трэш-ток Шона, или ты попробуешь его за это все очень быстро финишировать, или наоборот, как в случае с Дюплесси, будешь мучить все 25 минут. Если не секрет, какой из этих вариантов тебе ближе, или у тебя, возможно, есть какой-то третий?
The fans are wondering what kind of approach you're going to take to this fight. With all the trash talk that's been said between the two of you, specifically from Sean's side, are you looking to punish him and really just maul him for 25 minutes, just like you did with the former champ? Or are you looking to finish this quick? What's the approach to the fight?
Я ничего не планирую особо. Я планирую просто подраться. И что там получится, то и получится. Буду идти вот как всегда я иду. И если Аллах даст, будет победа.
I'm not planning anything specifically. It's gonna.
Evil Monkey says also Khamzat trains so hard. I don't think Sean trains that hard. Khamzat is way more hungry and on a different level mentally. I agree. That's going to show on the fight as well. Elliot says it's weight differences for me. Evil Monkey says they both weigh at 185 and probably fighting at the fight night at 210, 225. Transcendio says, but Sean's cardio is different. He's always sparring. Jenny Elliott says Sean is sitting at 220. I don't know about that, man. He's a bit on the smaller side at 185, right? Remember, he's a former 170 fighter. Victory says the training room stories I've heard about Khamzat are crazy. And guess what? You're going to see that come out on UFC 328. Evil Monkey says you wait at the weight limit 185, then you have 24 hours to rehydrate and eat food. Yes.
Happen the way it's going to happen. I'm going to approach the fight the way I always approach the fight. I'm going to come out ready, and with God's help, with Allah's help, we'll see what happens.
И последний вопрос от меня. На прошлой неделе я разговаривал с Шоном и задал ему вопрос. Понятно, что между вами вражда, но вне зависимости от результата, готов ли он пожать тебе руку после боя? Он сказал, что нет, и, скорее всего, вы умрете врагами. Такой же вопрос тебе. Вне зависимости от результата, готов ли ты после боя протянуть руку Шону?
Final question. I spoke to.
Yeah, that's a good co-main event. Transcendio. He says I'm excited for Van and Tyara. Yes. Very excited for that one, man.
Sean last week after his open workout, I asked him at the end of the fight, without looking at the result, whatever happens, will you shake Khamzat's hand? And he told me that no, there's going to be no handshake, and most likely you will die enemies. Same question to you.
He says that he's dominant against anyone they put in there with them. Did you see him handling Brendan Allen like he was a child? True. But, it is sparring. But, you know what? Then again, it is plausible that he could do that to Brendan Allen in a real fight for sure. So, yeah, I think they were training just as hard as they can for that one. And, yeah, man, Brendan Allen's no joke either. And, yeah, he definitely did handle him like a child. Evil Monkey says, same. I think Tyara wins. His grappling is very good. Yes.
At the end of the fight, win or lose, are you willing to shake his hand?
Can I get a Bud Light? Sorry, the bar's not open yet. Oh, it's not for me. It's for the bride.
Haram. I'm not going to be promoting no alcohol. Hell no.
Я не думаю об этом. Зачем мне думать об этом? Пожать руку.
Transcend says, I like Van's story. Would like to see him get it done, but Tyara is a beast. I think the grappling of Tyara is probably why I'm leaning towards him. Even though I really like Joshua Van.
Не пожать руку. После боя, наверное, больше его в жизни не увидел. Поэтому мне без разницы. Пожать ему руку, быть с ним другом, быть с ним не другом. Быть с нами дружить, это хорошо. Если врагом быть, это не так уж хорошо для него.
This is not something that I think about. It's not something that I pause to actually contemplate. It doesn't matter to me, shake his hand, not shake his hand, if I'm going to be his friend or I'm not going to be his friend, if I'm ever going to see him again in my life at all. It's good to be friends with us. It's not good to not be friends with us.
Удачи в субботу.
Please, 1, 2.
Хамзат, привет, я здесь. Скажи, пожалуйста, в бою с Дюплесси рефери дважды поднимал тебя из партера, что давало шанс сопернику. Вот, Стрикленд местный боец, очень важный для UFC. Сейчас эра Paramount, да, когда нужны зрелищные бои. И есть ли у тебя опасения, что будут часто поднимать, да?
You know what, Marty? I can believe that, right? This is a kid. Marty says, Victory says, I can't believe Van didn't know who Mighty Mouse was. Now, the reason why I believe that is because, remember, this is a kid who said he was inspired by the Conor McGregor-Floyd Mayweather fight to become an MMA fighter. And that wasn't even an MMA fight, obviously, right? But it involved, you know, a very well-known and a very accomplished, at the time, very accomplished and very popular Conor McGregor, right? So, of course, he wouldn't know who DJ was. Think about it, right? He's a Conor McGregor fan. What Conor McGregor fan would know all the older guys? That's what makes them a Conor McGregor fan in the first place, because they only understand MMA from 2014, not even for Joshua Van. He started watching him in 2017, and that wasn't even the best Conor McGregor that we had, because afterwards he had to get back in there against Khabib. Savachi Financial says, oh man, Conor fanboys don't know about Mighty Mouse. Yeah, man. And he's the champion of the world. He's holding a belt that Mighty Mouse made famous, and yet he doesn't know him. That's what's wild about him. He says everyone knows Mighty Mouse. Don't be dumb. Not Joshua Van. Yeah, not Joshua Van. And he's the champion of a division that he doesn't even... Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Victory says, I know, but don't you think you'd study the history of your sport, especially your division? Joshua Van doesn't strike me as a person that thinks that deeply. You know what I mean? Like that's just what it is. He doesn't... Look, you know who Joshua Van reminds me of? He reminds me of a lot of my homies in Stockton, man. You know what I mean? Like when I have conversations with them about MMA, right? I'll have like crazy, conversations like, hey, so when is Floyd gonna fight that Deontay Wilder guy? Do you think Alex Pereira can beat Islam Makhachev? Right? Like these types of conversations. He says their starting point is Ben Askren, LOL. He says casuals went from Mickey Mouse to Conor. You know, but yeah, man, they don't think that deep. And then Joshua Van is no different. That he just happens, like, look, man, Joshua Van looks at this as a job. All right. Very similar to when Brock Lesnar went into the WWE. He doesn't love the WWE. He could care less about the WWE. He could care less about the history of the WWE belt. He could care less about Andre the Giant getting slammed by Hulk Hogan. He could care less about any of that. Brock Lesnar went into pro wrestling to make money and to live a certain lifestyle. This is what Joshua Van is doing with the UFC. He says, F True Jordy too. He says, this is not the same Conor anymore. All right, back to Khamzat.
Да, в стойку возвращать вас. И, соответственно, прорабатывали такие варианты в лагере, может быть, что придется часто рубиться именно.
Question about the last fight, when you were fighting Duplessis, there was two instances when you were actually stood up by the referee in order to continue.
Yes, Brock was a beast wrestler, though, a monster, but he didn't grow up watching the WWE. You know what I mean? He got into the WWE because it was a lucrative opportunity, and that's kind of what I compare Joshua Van to in this regard. He says Kai Kadyrov. I like that.
The action to kind of get it was given the opponent a chance to restart the fight, so to speak, back start on the feet. Right now, there's a whole different era. It's a Paramount era. People are looking for exciting fights. Sean is the kind of fighter that usually keeps the fight standing. Have you thought about this scenario where, because of excessive rest?
Evil Monkey says today is press conference. Evil Monkey, what part of the world are you from? Just so I can understand the context of the time zone that you are speaking from. Because obviously here on the West Coast right now, it is 1:25 a.m. Boy, I gotta get some sleep soon. But yeah, man, let me know what part of the world you are from, because it will be tomorrow at 2 p.m. West Coast time. So yeah, calculate any time from the West Coast. So in the East Coast, it would be 3 p.m. NYC. Okay. So 5 p.m. for you tomorrow. Oh wow, man, you're already up in the morning right now, man. You know, early bird you are. Um, Unleash Brock Lesnar. I couldn't imagine. NYC. Victory says, I was watching some of Brock's old fights the other day. He really didn't like getting hit, did he? I mean, no one likes it, but he really shied away from it. Yeah, you know, because he's used to being, you know, the bully, right? So Evil Monkey says, I thought it was on Thursday. Today is Wednesday, and tomorrow is Thursday. Okay, and now we are now on Thursday. So yeah, it's 4:30 a.m. here, night shift. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, so shout out to everybody that's watching this on the night shift, man. You know, I'm here doing my own little night shift with you guys right here. You know what I mean? So, you know, fun times ahead.
Wrestling, you would be stood up and the fight would have to be restarted on his feet. Is it something that you worked specifically on what to do during camp if such an instance happens?
Gotta take him down again. What should I do?
Hey, facts, bro. Yeah, these late lives have been doing well, but you know, whenever I can do them, obviously, you know, because like what I was mentioning earlier, I don't really have, you know, a specific set time schedule or anything like that. You know, I have a very unpredictable life, you know, sort of say, right? So I just kind of come and do the lives whenever I can, but you know, I tend to do them at a very consistent level, so at a very consistent rate. So I mean, yeah. Ray, shout out to you. He says, what financial advice do you have about Lie GMA? Victory says, what's the life of, that's the life of a baller, LOL. Well, yeah. I mean, you know, a whole bunch of responsibilities, you know, that definitely come with it. So.
Не знаю. Это рефери, это его работа, не моя работа. Ему виднее. Если он говорит вставать, нам надо вставать. Если да, говорит бить, нам надо бить. Без разницы, что он там будет придумывать и вставать или партию продолжим. Или в стойке вообще бой будет. Кто его знает.
It doesn't matter. I'll just keep moving forward and I'll take him down again. I mean, a referee does his job. That's his job. If he's going to tell us to stand up and fight, we'll stand up and fight. If he'll tell us to take him down, we'll take him down. This is what we can do. We're going to approach the fight, or we're going to do whatever strategies. We'll see what happens. The fight will show, but the idea is to come out there and dominate.
Да. Еще вопрос, если Арман отъестся до 84 килограмм, сможет Шона побить?
Что? Okay, Сереж, до 84 килограмм, сможет ли он побить Шона? If Arman goes up to middleweight, do you think he'll be able to beat Sean Strickland in the fight?
Да, конечно, он сейчас может его побить.
Yeah, of course, he can beat him now.
Last question here. Hi, Jump. Were you happy to not have to fight against Nassourdine Imavov as a Caucasian brother? And do you think he will be the next champion after you in the middleweight division?
Opportunity to fight him if UFC offer that, but what should we do? He's a worker in the office. So if UFC wanted, we gotta do that, but of course we both don't want to fight each other because the same religion, same country almost. Like we know each other. He's a good guy. I believe he's the next champ too.
Thank you. Good luck.
Khamzat, to your left. A lot of the rumors about you and Sean sparring is that you were able to submit him in the gym. No one has ever attempted a submission on.
Evil Monkey says, who do you think Arman fights next, by the way? LOL. He pulled out of a highly anticipated fight, but the UFC did him dirty. Okay, so let's take a look at the I think Arman is gonna sit on that one number one contender spot. He's going to sit on it. He's going to wait. And as he should, do all these side missions, build your name up, and let Ilia Topuria and Justin Gaethje beat the living heck out of each other, right? I think the Islam Makhachev fight comes first. That's what I think. I think it comes first. The reason why it comes first is because he can lose to Islam. The UFC knows this. The UFC knows that Islam has a great chance of beating Ilia Topuria. So they're going to let him fight him first, all right? And there's no shame in losing to Islam. So he takes the L. He comes back down to 155, and he loses to Arman. So that's what I think is going to happen. But I think they're going to I think Arman is going to sit and wait this one out. He's going to sit and wait out the White House card, and then it'll go from there. So last few words for Khamzat, and then we'll get up out of here.
Sean Strickland in a UFC fight, how do you think he's going to react when you try to submit him?
He's asking, Sean Strickland has never been submitted, and so no one has ever attempted a submission against him. How do you think you will do in that department?
I'm in the cage.
Who he fought kind of me? I don't know. I never seen some good wrestlers. Think about it. Imagine the DP takes him down like 10 times. And if I try to take somebody down, there is salam alaikum.
All right, and there it is, man. So just like what Khamzat Chimaev said, right? You know, very few people can go and take me down, and no one has ever he's never faced anyone like me, he said, and he's right. That is ultimately what is going to be the differentiation factor of this fight, is that, yes, you've never been brutally submitted. You've never been put in positions like that before because you've never been with a wrestler like Khamzat Chimaev. And with that in mind, guys, here it is at 1:32 a.m. West Coast time. I will see you guys in the next content, in the next live stream. And of course, we will be here covering UFC 328 this whole entire fight week, inshallah. I'll see you in the next one.